The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance meeting of August 16th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 6 present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a quorum and we will proceed. Could you please read, Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record? Please recognize the mic of the clerk. Try it again, Madam Clerk. One more time. The mic of the clerk. Is it on? Can you pass the other mic?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Friday, August 16, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1, VI Department of Justice. Invited testifier, Mr. Gordon Ray, Esquire, Acting Attorney General, VI Department of Justice. This concludes today's reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers of the Department of Justice family. Good morning to y'all. Let me just start out by saying that we have a lot to be thankful for while we experience the, tropical storm slash Cat 1 Ernesto. We still have a lot to be thankful for in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have to recognize that Ernesto moved very swiftly and came to the territory quick. And usually we know what happens. It takes a couple days, and by the time it gets here, we're in deep trouble. So we still have a lot to be thankful for. I know that many of us, to include myself, are still experiencing challenges, but the work of the people must go on. So I'm happy that my colleagues who are here this morning, and the Department of Justice's family is here. I do apologize for being late, but I was struggling to figure out what outfit I could put on that I don't need to iron. Okay, in addition to dealing with my mother. So thank you guys for being here, and we're going to get right into it. So I'm going to ask the testifiers, and I'm going to begin with the Acting Attorney General, Attorney Gordon Rear, Esquire. I'm going to ask you to put your name and title on the record, and then to my right, your left, we're going to do the same thing. Put your names and titles on the record, and then we're going to move over to the other testifiers. Put your names and titles on the record. And I see that you have some testifiers on the island of St. Croix as well. Okay, so we'll ask them as well once we're done with the St. Thomas testifiers. So, Attorney Rear, you may proceed with your name and title on the record. Okay, I believe that the mics are not up. Try it one more time. Okay. Could you lift the mic up a little bit? Okay. One more time. No. We're having a challenge with the mics. So we may have to take a quick recess. Let's see what's going on. Could you all pull up your mics as well? Let's just make sure the other mics are working. Are we hearing any pounding in the mic? All right, so we're having a challenge. So we're going to give our media some grace, and we're going to take a quick 2-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes while we address the situation with the mics. The committee is back on the record. We're going to now hear from the Acting Attorney General. Are you prepared with your testimony?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Your Honor. Your Honor, my goodness.
I'm used to trying cases in court, so
You may proceed.
thank you. Good morning.
Oh, 1 second. I forgot. Guess what happened? So we did not get your names and titles on the record because we couldn't hear you. All right, so let's start over.
My name is Gordon Ray. I'm the Acting Attorney General nominee.
All right.
Claudia Georges. I'm the Acting Operations Manager, St. Thomas.
Maxine Sasso, Acting Medical Examiner Operation Manager.
Good morning. Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General.
Lisa De Leon, Director, Virgin Islands Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Beverly Herman Wallace, Human Resources Director.
Good morning. Timothy Perry, Criminal Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kamisha Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist.
Good morning. Catherine Jensen DeLugo, 4D Director.
1 second. Could you give your name again?
Catherine Jensen DeLugo.
No, the other lady that's next to you.
Kamisha Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist.
Kamisha.
Kamisha.
And I think I see that you have someone on Teams. But before we go
Good morning.
Before we go to the person on Teams, we're going to go to St. Croix. Can we get your names and titles on the record, please?
Good morning. William Appleton, Deputy Attorney General, St. Croix Division.
Okay.
Good morning. Amy Simpson, Criminal Chief, St. Croix Division.
Patricia Lynn Pryor, Director of the White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit.
Good morning. Venetia Velasquez, Chief of the Civil Division.
Good morning. Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement, St. Thomas, St. John.
Deputy. All right. Do we have someone else? Go ahead.
Regional Assistant Director.
You have to say that one more time.
Giselle Quinones, Assistant Director for the Special Investigations Division.
Okay, do we have anyone else on St. Croix?
We also have our Operations Director, Renee Peterson.
Okay, is she seated in the well?
She is not in the well at this time.
Okay. Okay, so if we need her, we'll call. No problem. All right. Is that everyone?
Yes.
Okay, we have the gentleman on Teams. I think you said it already. Ian Clement.
Correct.
Deputy Attorney General, right?
Right.
All right, well, Attorney General, acting or nominee, you bring your whole posse for we today.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed with your testimony.
You. Good morning, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Attorney General nominee Gordon Ray. It's a pleasure to appear before you and to justify Governor Albert Bryan's proposed budget for the Department of Justice's 2025 fiscal cycle. The Department of Justice's primary goal is to protect the citizens of the United States Virgin Islands and to help advance their interests and well-being. Although I've been on the job for only some 2 months, I'm learning new details about this large and diverse department every day. During my first week, I met with the deputies, division chiefs, assistant attorneys general, investigators, and staff on both St. Croix and St. Thomas, inviting them to inform me what was working well, to identify any problem areas, and to give me their best assessment of how to improve or correct those problem areas. One major issue is a lack of coordination among the departments and agencies responsible for law enforcement and justice. Because we share a common mission, I've been reaching out to those entities to work as a team, and their response has been overwhelmingly positive and helpful. The Department of Justice itself has several critical needs, including increased staffing, modern IT case management system, and trial training programs. During the past year, the Department of Justice reached a settlement with J.P. Morgan Chase, allocating $25 million to the Crime Prevention and Prosecution Fund and $10 million to a victim's mental health fund. The department also settled several multi-state lawsuits and consumer protection cases on behalf of the Virgin Islands, bringing millions more to the territory. One of the department's goals is to achieve adequate staffing. It's currently engaged in 19 recruitment actions, including new hires and promotions. One notable recruitment involves negotiations with the State Energy and Environmental Impact Center at the New York University School of Law to place and fund an environmental law fellow in our civil division as a special assistant attorney general. The department has also submitted a Victims of Crime Act, Violence Against Women's Act grant application to fund an assistant attorney general and a coordinator to work directly with crime victims and coordinate with the Victim Service Unit. The department's in the process of acquiring $5.4 million through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, generally called ARPA. The ARPA grant will fund 22 new positions over the next 2 years, including 6 case management system data collection team members, 7 investigators in various divisions, and an ARPA project coordinator, and will raise the offered salary for the staff medical examiner to $350,000 per year. Salary implementations for members of the Steelworkers International Union and employees covered by the General Services Pay Scale have all been processed, including back pay due. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of the Office of Collective Bargaining, our Virgin Islands Labor Union, negotiators, and our leadership team, the long-expired OVILU agreement was successfully negotiated in June, and a tentative wage agreement and pay plan have been executed. The department is awaiting funding for salary increases for the 2 affected employees. The department has processed 144 Notice of Personnel Actions, or NOPAs, to include 13 new hires, 10 using the general funds, and 3 under federal grant or program funds, representing $1,053,294 in salaries. Similarly, 9 promotions are detailed, 5 using the general funds and 4 under federal grant or program funds, representing $776,000 in salaries. Most processed NOPAs represent salary increases or annual federal program changes. The department's personnel breakdown is as follows. The FY 2025 recommended allocation for personal services and fringe benefits will cover salaries and associated fringe costs for 172 full-time equivalent positions, comprising 156.5 filled and 15.5 vacant positions. To date, our staffing levels represent 150 filled FTE positions and 16 vacancies with 3 new hires in progress. Retaining a staff territorial medical examiner, which is required under Virgin Islands law, is critical to the ongoing operation of the Office of the Medical Examiner. Despite aggressive recruitment efforts, including a budget allocation for a $250,000 salary, the department has been unable to attract a medical examiner at that salary, which is well below the national average of around $313,000 per year. However, through the ARPA grant, the DOJ will supplement the offered salary and intends to hire a staff medical examiner next fiscal year. The lack of a St. Croix morgue has been a serious issue. Fortunately, there is light at the end of the tunnel. The department has entered into a Memorandum of Understanding, or an MOU as it's called, with Juan F. Louis Hospital, JFL, use its new morgue, which should be certified and ready for use shortly. The department's also working to complete the construction phase of the modular morgue project by the end of 2024 and possibly earlier. Despite the availability of the JFL morgue, the modular morgue is necessary, for example, to investigate bodies in an advanced stage of decomposition. The governor's proposed budget breakdown of $18,831,863 from the general fund is as follows. Personnel services, $10,483,991. Fringe benefits, $3,896,804. Supplies, $290,840. Other services, $3,814,314. Utilities, $287,400. Capital outlay, $58,514, leading to the general fund total allocation, which is $18,831,863. Another $7,421,898 is projected to be funded by federal grants in 2025. Thus, the department's proposed budget, including federal funds, is $26,253,761. The FY 2025 general fund appropriations have decreased by $1,083,950, or 5.59%, from the FY 2024 general fund appropriation of $19,915,813. This budget decrease of 5.59% presents significant challenges for the department to fulfill its constitutional and organic responsibilities. As a result, we've endeavored to locate additional funding sources to implement cost-saving technological advancements and to collaborate with our partner agencies to create synergies, enabling the DOJ to complete its missions. For example, I intend to work with the Commissioner of the Department of Finance to ensure that all fiscal, legislative, procedural, and operational requirements are in place so that the department can draw down on the millions of dollars it has brought into the territory. Those funds will be used to complete necessary and pending projects and initiate services important to the community, including mental health, victim assistance, and programs to help prevent human trafficking. I'm also working with the courts and the Office of the Public Defender to streamline the prosecutorial process, to increase pleas and diversion programs, which will decrease the caseload of prosecutors and enable them to focus more on violent offenders. The department's pursuing grant and fellowship opportunities to defray the costs of additional attorneys. Also, the Paternity and Child Support Division, PCSD as it's called, proposes that it be allowed to revert its unclaimed funds back to PCSD, which would defray the stress on the general fund for the PCSD to meet its 34% match responsibility. The department also intends to implement an electronic case management system in both districts during the next fiscal year, which will help attorneys track and manage their cases more efficiently. The department will initially employ a director of data collection, an assistant director, and 4 data collection employees who will convert the department's decades of paper files and existing digital data to the system. We estimate that process will take 10 to 18 months. Once the task is completed, the department will convert 2 data collection positions to data analysts and research positions to examine trends among the department's prosecutorial performance indicators, or PPIs, which will inform the department's policy decisions and staffing levels. Eventually, the system will allow the department to share valuable data with its law enforcement partners and the courts. The rebuilding of the Toro building to house the St. Croix operations remains on the department's agenda. Architectural plans were completed in 2011 but must be updated. Legislation is required to amend 33 VI Code Section 3051 to permit the department's use of the Crime Prevention and Prosecution Fund for this purpose. The department's staffing needs remain paramount. Most critical are the need to increase funding to augment the white-collar and public corruption unit, the need to increase prosecutors to 2 prosecutors per courtroom, the need to rebuild the Solicitor General Division from its current staffing level of 1 Assistant Attorney General to a more realistic level of 5 Assistant Attorneys General to meet its diverse mandate, the need for more investigators in the Special Investigation Division, Division of Gaming Enforcement, and Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, the need to hire more support staff, and finally, the need to hire a staff medical examiner. This represents the governor's recommendation for funding the Justice Department over the next fiscal year. I'll now briefly describe some of the department's needs, accomplishments, and justification for the figures presented. Civil Division. The FY 2023, from FY 2023 through the first quarter of FY 2024, the Civil Division entered into settlements with several entities, including J.P. Morgan Chase, Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, Walmart Corp., Tiva, Allegiant, and Google Inc., bringing millions of dollars to the territory. It also avoided potentially substantial liability through negotiated settlements and successful motion practice in 8 cases, 6 of which were closed by settlement in FY 2024. The division also initiated steps in conjunction with outside counsel to investigate and bring environmental litigation. It also successfully moved the court to permit the VI Police Department to enter the sustainment phase in the citizens' complaint portion of the consent decree, leaving only 3 remaining paragraphs of that consent decree that are not fully compliant. The division continues working with the VIPD, the monitors, and the U.S. Attorney's Office to conclude this long-standing case. In all, the Civil Division has 255 active cases, up from 186 in the last fiscal year. Of that number, 25 were opened in FY 2023 and 19 were opened in FY 2024. Paternity and Child Support Division, sometimes again called PCSD. PCSD has 2 hearing officers, 4 attorneys, and 49 support staff between the 2 districts. Its accomplishments over the past year include undertaking a comprehensive quadrennial review of PCSD guidelines, finding a location for a satellite office on St. John, negotiating a contract to update its website, completing drafts of 2 standard operating procedures, updating 4 state plan pages, initiating a build-out in the St. Thomas office to provide office space for investigations and customer service staff, and completing the access and visitation program space build-out. PCSD also guided the passage of Act 8830, which raised the minimum default child support payment to $1,000 per first child and $150 for each additional child. The division reports that Act 8830 has had its desired deterrent effect, and non-custodial parents are appearing for their hearings in greater numbers. As of this writing, only 1 potential default exists. The federal government funds 66% of PCSD's expenditures. Accordingly, PCSD must meet minimum standards or federal funding and support may be jeopardized. Before PCSD can draw down its federal match, it must first expend its 34% local match share. PCSD has approximately $1.4 million in undistributed funds that it would like to escheat to the territory in general, but to PCSD specifically under certain fiscal protocols. PCSD has made extensive efforts to find the individuals entitled to these unexpended funds. If they were escheated to PCSD, they could make PCSD almost completely self-sufficient. In the next year, PCSD plans to establish procedures for individuals incarcerated 180 days or more, present an updated set of child support guidelines in a review of Title 16, obtain final certification of C-STARS, and secure the reception area of its St. Thomas office to ensure the safety of staff and customers. Solicitor General Division. The Solicitor General represents the government in appeals and bond matters, prepares legal opinions, reviews contracts for legal sufficiency, and advises boards and commissions. Although years ago the division had 12 attorneys, today it has only 2, including the Solicitor General, and 3 support staff. Providing advice to the government's many boards and commissions is a challenge. For instance, the Department of Health alone has about 10 boards requiring legal advice. Having at least 1 designated attorney for that area would create efficiency, as the attorney would be familiar with the specialized laws, rules, and regulations for the boards and commissions that often require assistance. On average, the division reviews 450 contracts annually for legal sufficiency. Contracts now take longer to process than in prior years because the division lacks sufficient staff to complete the reviews within the customary 72-hour turnaround time. While working under these conditions is challenging, the division is committed to doing its best with its limited staff. Criminal Division. The Criminal Division has 18 prosecutors, 10 in the St. Thomas District, including the criminal chief and 7 support staff, including a victim services coordinator and a victim advocate. The St. Croix District has 9 prosecutors, including the criminal chief and Deputy Attorney General Appleton, and 6 support staff, including 1 victim witness advocate. In St. Thomas during this past year, 10 prosecutors attended 3,420 court hearings, opened 213 cases, and resolved 205 cases, 4 of which involved homicides, 121 involved crimes of violence, 68 involved domestic violence, 6 involved sex crimes, and 37 involved firearms. The St. Croix District has 678 active cases and open 166 felony cases, including 11 murder cases. One of its cases was tried and 117 were resolved by plea agreement. Family court attorneys opened 34 cases and resolved 22 cases. They also attended the 46th Annual National Association of Council for Children Child Welfare Law Conference in Minneapolis, Minnesota, on scholarship, and the 2nd Annual Child Welfare Academy conducted by the Court Improvement Project of the Virgin Islands Superior Court. Additional resources are required for youth in need and to develop practices and protocols related to the new Behavioral Health Act. The Criminal Division's goal for the next fiscal year include greater emphasis on the initial stages of cases to improve case disposition time, implementing a case management system, attorney and support staff training, integrating victim advocates into the trial teams, increasing emphasis on domestic violence and mental health defendants, and continued and sustained outreach to build and maintain DOJ, BIPD, and DOJ U.S. Attorney's Office relationships. The division has critical staffing needs. For example, the St. Thomas District requires 4 more Assistant Attorneys General and another victim witness advocate, and the St. Croix District needs 3 more Assistant Attorneys General and a paralegal. If this body passes a Speedy Trial Act, the DOJ's staffing needs will increase still more. The number of defendants with acute mental health issues is extreme. Many are treated at the Bureau of Corrections, which lacks sufficient mental health capacity. The Progressive Behavioral Health Act passed last year calls for a local treatment infrastructure, which does not yet exist. In sum, the territory lacks sufficient mental health professionals to meet the requirements imposed under the new law, and DOJ's partner agency, the Department of Health, also chronically lacks resources. White-collar crime and public corruption unit. The White-collar crime and public corruption unit greatly needs attorneys and material resources. The unit is staffed by its director in St. Croix and a criminal division assistant attorney general in St. Thomas. The unit lacks its own assistant attorneys general. To operate at full efficiency, it would need at least 1 dedicated white-collar public corruption attorney in each district, a forensic accountant, and an electronic crime analyst knowledgeable in extracting data from cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. This body has proposed bills 35-227 and 228, which establish a Commission of Ethics and Conflicts of Interest and define the DOJ's role in prosecuting ethics and conflict cases. We wholly support this body's efforts to strengthen ethics and conflicts enforcement and have suggested revisions to those bills to make the effort more efficient and effective. Our white-collar crime and public corruption unit would play a major role in this endeavor. Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, MFCU, was established in 2018. MFCU investigates and prosecutes Medicaid provider fraud and patient abuse and neglect in healthcare facilities and at home. The United States Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General oversees and annually recertifies and approves federal funding for MFCU. MFCU is funded 100% by a grant from the OIG. Under federal legislation, OIG funds a director attorney, investigator, auditor, and legal assistant. Last year, MFCU helped recoup approximately $10,000 in overpayment from a local Medicaid provider and a final payment of $87,255 from a $638,553 civil settlement in a nationwide enforcement action against Kmart. Division of Gaming Enforcement. In the past year, the Division of Gaming Enforcement, or DGE, has eliminated its backlog of investigations for all casino employees received in 2022 and closed out its investigation of 104 applicants. DGE completed, with help from Spectrum Gaming Group, the due diligence investigation of VIGL's license renewal applications for its Class 4 casino and the original Racino license application of VIGL and their qualifiers. DGE received 7 referrals from the Commission to investigate alleged violations of the casino laws, rules, and regulations, 3 of which it completed. On its initiative, DGE filed a 54-count complaint against VIGL and 2 of its employees for alleged violations of the casino laws, rules, and regulations regarding employment practices. Also, DGE filed complaints against 4 Divi Carino Bay Casino employees. During the 2024 fiscal year, DGE opened about 217 due diligence investigations, closed 133 investigations, and currently has about 275 investigations to complete. Critical to DGE's work is the testing and approval of slot machines. During FY 2024, DGE received and assisted in approximately 75 requests for technical assistance from both Divi and Caravel casinos. In FY 2024, DGE struggled with its staffing level to perform its mandated duties at the 2 existing casinos. For FY 2025, the department seeks to fund the hiring of 2 additional investigators and an administrative assistant through the ARPA grant. VIGL is beginning construction of the Racino with a projected completion date of 18 to 24 months. The Racino is anticipated to have about 200 slot machines and 80 employees. The division needs more trained staff to handle the additional responsibilities. Special Investigations Division. During the last fiscal year, the Special Investigations Division, or SID, completed multiple investigations and discharged its white-collar, criminal, administrative, and witness protection duties. It recouped $29,623 in taxes, and through June 2024, opened 30 cases, closed 33 cases, served 426 subpoenas, and made 2 arrests. The division also performs background investigations for cabinet members, VITEMA, and DOJ, assists VIPD and SORNA, investigates on behalf of DOJ's White Collar Division and the Department of Finance, and assists the medical examiner at homicide scenes. SID is staffed by 2 special agents in St. Thomas, 1 special agent in St. Croix, and an assistant director in St. Croix. The lack of sufficient staffing seriously strains the division's ability to function. The optimal number of agents for the unit is 5 per district. Also needed is an investigative analyst to research and analyze data and spreadsheets, record search results, and aid agents in preparing the results for investigative reports. In FY 2025, through the ARPA grants, the department will fund 2 additional investigators and 1 criminal data analyst for each district. Office of the Medical Examiner. The Office of the Medical Examiner, or OME, its role is to determine an accurate cause and manner of death by thoroughly investigating the circumstances of deaths under unnatural and unusual circumstances, including homicides, suicides, accidents, and sudden, suspicious, or unexpected deaths. OME staff conduct medico-legal death investigations, perform autopsies and external examinations, collect toxicology and other specimens, obtain relevant medical records, and assist attorneys in trial preparation. We are actively recruiting for a full-time medical examiner, but so far have found ways to manage with the available resources. Presently, the OME is staffed by 1 administrative specialist, 1 forensic technician, and 1 medical legal death investigator stationed in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 2 medical legal death investigators working in the St. Croix district. These employees are on call 24 hours, 7 days a week to respond to death scenes, conduct medical legal death investigations, and retrieve any decedents that fall under their jurisdiction. The staff remains prepared to act swiftly and skillfully in case of a mass casualty event. In FY 2025, with the assistance of the pending ARPA grant, the department will hire a staff medical examiner, an assistant death scene investigator, 2 medical legal death investigators, complete the modular morgue on St. Croix, and purchase the equipment necessary for the OME to function at optimal level. Office of Sexual Offender Registry. The department is charged with enforcing the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, SORNA, often called SORNA, and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act. Our SORNA staff registers and tracks sexual offenders within the territory, including 74 offenders in the St. Croix district and 55 offenders in the St. Thomas, St. John district. SORNA also monitors all visiting sexual offenders. The SORNA unit comprises the Territorial Sex Offender Registry Program Manager, the Territorial Sex Offender Registry Investigator, and the Sex Offender Registry Coordinator. The unit, which underwent a staffing transition in FY 2024, maintained a prominent level of compliance and effectiveness in our operations thanks to the support of our SID team and an executive assistant who stepped in to ensure that the department maintained compliance with the SORNA until new hires were onboarded. We are pleased to report that a sex offender registry investigator now staffs SORNA, and appointments are in process for the program manager and coordinator. SORNA's recent operations in collaboration with SID, the U.S. Marshal Service, and the VIPD have been successful. In the St. Croix district, 56 out of 65 offenders were verified, and in the St. Thomas, St. John district, 52 out of 54 offenders were verified. This operation included visits to offenders' residences and places of employment and resulted in the arrest of a parolee for firearm and ammunition possession. Human Resources. The Human Resources Department's top resources, its people, is central to its mission. The Office of Human Resources maintains an open-door policy, supporting staff in work-related and personal matters, and promoting the division of personnel and Cigna wellness resources. The office's 3 dedicated employees are responsible for recruiting, retaining, and transitioning employees. Acquiring a human resources coordinator for St. Croix has ensured a consistent presence, improved employee access, and operational support. A key objective for human resources is to increase staff retention by enhancing our agency culture and employee morale, thus improving the overall employee experience. Collaborations and team-building activities such as Battle of the Agencies have helped encourage cohesiveness in our department. Moreover, DOJ staff select our Employee of the Year from the monthly Employee of Distinction selectees. Today, we proudly recognize St. Croix honoree Jorge Perez Jr., medical legal death investigator, and St. Thomas honoree Dora Letzum, litigation specialist 3. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands government faces a $91 million shortfall in projected revenues for FY 2025. Appropriately, this body has asked each agency how it plans to discharge its obligation with less money. The DOJ has done so in various ways. It has aggressively sought alternative funding sources, and a substantial amount of its FY 2025 budget will come from federal funds. It is streamlining and modernizing its processes and taking full advantage of technology. It's fostering cooperative relationships with the police, the courts, federal prosecutors, and the defense bar to adopt practices that will bring increased efficiency to the law enforcement system. It is diligently prosecuting consumer protection actions, which not only serves to protect Virgin Islands citizens from dangerous conditions, but brings millions of dollars to the department. It seeks to revert millions of dollars of undistributable funds to assist in performing its paternity and child support functions. In short, the Department of Justice is doing all that it possibly can do to do more with less and meet its organic and constitutional duties to the citizens of the Virgin Islands. Senators, that concludes my prepared remarks, and myself and my various chiefs of the different divisions welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Acting Attorney General Rea, you shared with us in your testimony that in, I believe it's this fiscal year. Oh, let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, committee member. Thank you for being here. Please mark Senator DeGraff as present. And Senator Carla J. Joseph, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. Where was I? Yes. So you spoke specifically about the prosecution fund, and then you shared $10 million to a victim's mental health fund.
Yes.
These funds have already been received?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and funds actually been received and some set aside. I've been coordinating, by the way, with the with Richard Evangelista, who's the attorney in the governor's circle, to make sure all of this is properly put together with the right trustees, et cetera. But basically, funds came largely from the Epstein settlement and from the J.P. Morgan settlement.
Okay, so in order for us to place funding in a victim's mental health fund, we have to create that fund in the legislature.
Yes.
I don't know that we have a fund, a legal fund called mental health fund.
Right.
We've always had a crime prevention and prosecution fund.
Yes.
So, and annually, let me just ask, have we been appropriating funding, and this I guess is for your CFO, have we been appropriating funds to the crime prevention and prosecution fund? And if yes, how much funding is in that account that is outside of the settlement?
And I have my CFO here to answer that question for you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Senator.
Yes.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. Outside of the settlement monies, I would say no.
So, do you have a GL on the Crime Prevention and Prosecution Fund from the Department of Finance?
Yes. When you say GL, you mean?
A general ledger report.
Yes.
Do you have it in your possession?
No, can get it to you.
Okay, so we need to get Mr. Post Auditor. We need to get the Crime Prevention and Prosecution Fund GL. And most recently, we requested some information from the Department of Finance regarding, I believe, 2 funds that was before us. I can't remember the departments. Have we received that? In the mic, Mr. Post Auditor.
Testing. Senator, we still have not received, even though we followed up.
Put your name on the record.
Wendell M. Gaskin, Post Auditor. Senator, we have not received any information back from Finance, even though we follow up through writing and telephone.
Okay, so this is the experience that we've had. We are unable to get the fund balances from the Department of Finance, but this particular one, the Mental Health Fund, has to be created. So that brings me to this question. Have you been expending? Have you recommended? Have you given any advice as it relates to how the Epstein dollars can be spent outside of legislation that are not specific in the settlement agreement?
I have not, Senator. As you're aware, the funds, once they were paid by the settlers, went to as I understand it, went to the off-island law firm, Motley Rice, that was handling
I'm
this.
not asking you that. I'm specifically asking you, have you provided any advice to the executive branch, meaning the leader of this territory, the chief executive, with regards to utilizing the Epstein funds outside of legislative authorization?
I have not, Your Honor.
Great.
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm so used to talking to judges.
So we go pop aside, Senator. We go pop aside.
I got you.
I understand. We understand.
I've been a trial lawyer for 50 years.
That's some good humor. No problem. Just want to make sure. And I guess I asked you the question like a lawyer, right? Like a judge. Is it your testimony that blah, 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 right? All right. No problem. Okay, so no. All right, so...
I have not, and that's an area that, as I said, I've been in this job for about 2 months, and that's definitely one of the areas I really want to look into, and I've been working, as I said, with the governor's staff to try to put this all together.
Okay, so I asked it for a specific purpose. All righty, thank you. Colleagues, like I said, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, and then I'll continue my questions from the discussion that we've heard today. Senator Fonseca, okay, you were here before, correct? Okay, so Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello, good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, view and listening audience. Good morning.
Morning.
Attorney General Ray. And I must say, despite all our challenges, we have been blessed. Let me ask you, Acting Attorney General, in a short stay in 2 months so far, you stated that a lack of coordination at the Department of Justice is one of the major issues you have. In a post-audit report, right, since the budget hearing, in a post-audit report on page 3, under the Witness Protection Program, there is no entry for the 2025 budget season. In 24, which is this budget cycle, $115,000 were appropriated. how much have been spent thus far, and how much is necessary for next budget cycle 25?
May my CFO answer that question for you,
Please.
sir?
Christopher?
Sorry, Senator. Under the witness protection thus far, what was spent today as of August 15 was $54,205.51.
Okay, how much do you have allotted for next fiscal? Because there's no entry for 25. Do you have an amount?
Normally, we ask for 100,000.
100,000 you're asking for 2025?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, it's page 11 of 22. Let's go to page 11. You have, I think, 8 says that you receive revenues from which is $1.4 million annually. Are those businesses up to date with the payments? Do you have any outstanding payments from those businesses?
Not at this time, Senator, no.
Okay. Let's go to page 12. Under federal grants, you have several federal grants here, but you have a child support services research. What is that grant intended for, which is $6.4 million? How much have been expended to date? And when does this grant expire?
Okay. That grant, sorry, that was a typo. That grant is the child support enforcement grant, the regular grant.
Okay.
And I'll ask Mrs. Andrews to answer the question about how much it's expended thus far.
To date.
To date.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist. That amount awarded to date Good morning, Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist. The amount awarded to date is $6,866,933. We spent $5,387,841.32 with a balance of $1.4 million.
Okay, thank you for that. And you intend to utilize all of those funds before the end of this process?
Yes, the grant allows us to spend it up to December of this year once the funding is encumbered by September of this year.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to personnel, because in the testimony, first of all, how many vacancies do you have at the Department of Justice?
Okay. I know what it is, but it changes day to day. If I could refer that to my HR expert here.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for that question, Senator. Thank you.
Please speak into the mic. We can barely hear you.
Good morning, and thank you for that question. Currently, according to our testimony, we do have 16 vacancies.
16 vacancies?
Yes, sir.
How much new hire?
How many new hires?
Yeah.
Our new hires were 20.
20 new hires.
Yes,
separations?
Sir. Separations, there were 25.
25
yes,
separations. Retirees?
Okay, the separations. Our retirees, there were 2.
2. Okay, so let me ask, in respect to the separation.
1 minute.
I know the exit interview, correct? What's the reason for such a high amount of separations? 25.
Well, based on the exit interviews, the majority expressed that they were making career or life changes. As with any entity, life is imperfect, so there were some employees who were disgruntled for whatever reasons, and they left. But I'd like to add that quite a few are now trying to return to the agency.
Really?
So, yes.
30 seconds.
That's interesting. And those few that wants to receive to the agency, what type of employee were they? Are you looking to bring them back on board? Since they already have experience, etc.
There are some that would be considered, and there were a couple where we think, severing the relationship was beneficial for both.
Okay, very well. Before my time is called, let me actually, in respect to the budget, and the acting attorney general spoke to the new
time.
data collection, electronic case management system. How much it's for the system, number one, and number two, what would that mean for your department in terms of efficiency?
Okay. How important is it for our agency? If I heard you correctly? Yes, it's critical.
I want the cost of the system also.
The cost of the system, okay?
The cost, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer, the cost of the system is pretty much more than $500,000.
Okay, and what will this mean for the Department of Justice in respect to the operations overall?
It would make a big difference. A lot of the attorneys have to keep records handwritten in files, and files get misplaced. Also, there's no good warning system that says this motion is due or that motion is due. A good modern electronic system would make the Department of Justice the equal of any stateside Department of Justice or law firm, because it would allow everything to be done electronically, notes and everything would be taken on the computer, and you would get alerts, 4 days, motion due, that sort of thing. So it would make a big difference in the case. And then, of course, that would give us data also to get to you and to other agencies that need it.
I don't want to abuse my time. I want to thank you so much for your responses. And Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. So just to clarify or get more information based on Senator Blayden's question, the system is going to be funded how?
The system was going to be funded through our crime prevention fund.
Okay, so your crime prevention. And I did not ask, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. You specifically, Attorney Rea spoke about several, I have them here someplace, several settlement agreements over the past. Is it within this fiscal year, or is it over several fiscal years?
I think the ones mentioned were this past fiscal year.
So you spoke to Google. I don't have it in front of me. Allegren, Tiva, Walmart, etc.
Right.
So help us. Let's start with the first one. We already know what JP Morgan is. Walgreens.
Okay.
What is that about?
Let me see. I wasn't here when those were done, so if I could refer those to, I believe, Benicia Velasquez, who's our head of our civil division, probably knows details on those.
Okay, let's hear it So what I'm trying to ascertain is the reason for the specific case, one, and two, what was the settlement agreement and the purpose of these settlements? So we're going to start with, and the outcome, rather, of the settlement, my bad. And the amounts, yes. So let's start with Walgreens.
Benicia Velasquez, Civil Chief. Yes, several of the settlements, actually all of the ones that were listed were in conjunction with our opioid-related settlements. And many of them have multi-year payments, so they're not, in most cases, fully paid. So we had a total of $3.8 million collected, and actually, I would deduct from that $156,215 because that payment is still in progress as we speak, and we have an additional approximately $1 million to collect. With regard to the Walmart, I haven't added these up, but with regard to the Walgreens, we have to collect a series of 3 payments, which will total about $1.3 million. With regard to Walgreens, we have an additional multi-year settlement that should include 2 separate payments. We opted for 2 payments over 2 years rather than over the 7-year period as larger jurisdictions, because a lot of times with these settlements, we're part of a settlement with many other states and we get payment per capita. So the amount we would take would be much smaller, so we opted for a 2-year payment. We also had a national distributors payment over 3 distributions totaling over $1.2 million. And we also have
Before
CVS,
you go ahead,
and I must say
one second. So you spoke specifically to Walgreens at 1.3. The funding that you're talking about, is that additional funding or the aggregate is 1.3? and then you broke it out over the period.
I'm sorry, that is the aggregate, Senator.
Okay, good.
For that particular defendant.
Okay.
And these are all in multi-state litigation, suits where we join suits with other state jurisdictions. So this is not all encompassing. We have a couple more coming down the pike where we're still in the negotiation stage, but thus far collected, we have 3.8 million. We have another 1 million to collect, and we have several others in progress as we speak.
Okay, so let's go back a little bit because I want to make sure that we're clear. So when the acting attorney general spoke, he was very specific and he broke them out by name. So you gave me the information around Walgreens, and then there's also CVS Pharmacy. So is the 3.8 encompassing of all of those, and what you gave me thus far for Walgreens is a breakout of the 3.8?
It is, and the reason I did it generally, Senator, is because, for example, CVS, we've received a payment for year 1, but we have not yet received payment number 2. And so if I give you a total for CVS, it would misrepresent the amounts collected thus far. I can tell you what we anticipate collecting, but we have not yet collected. And so that's why I broke it out.
No problem. So I understand. So let me be clear. I wanted to make sure that we're clear. So if all was paid up based on the litigations the settlements rather, the total amount that we should be collecting in the Virgin Islands as Virgin Islanders is $3.8 million. When you put all of them together, or do we still have a breakout in these respective companies?
The total we will receive with the completed negotiated settlements will be 4.8 million.
Okay. All right. So the 3.8 is what you've So the 3.8 is what you've collected thus far.
That's correct. Minus 156,000. I'm sorry, I didn't do the math. Only because we counted as collected, but that payment is held up with a process that we're working out through finance. So yes, 3.8 million once we collect the 156.
Okay, and these funds are going into what account? Is this tied to the opioid account? Because I know we moved
Those are
legislation.
opioids, but I would ask Mr. Christopher to fill in that blank for you.
Okay, Mr. Christopher?
Yeah, those accounts went straight into the Department of Finance.
No. It can't go straight to finance. It got to go straight to finance with an account attached to it, right? So what account was these funds deposited into?
That's the thing. When the amounts were wired to the specific bank instructions, the most we do, we send the settlement agreement to the Department of Finance. But as far as what specific fund it went into, I do not know.
Okay, so this is what we're going to ask. We're going to ask that all of the settlement agreements be forwarded to this committee. And I will share it with my colleagues because we need to understand what's coming into the government's coffers and how those funds are being used. Let me just ask very quickly the purpose of these. I'm certain that each settlement agreement perhaps has different requirements around it, different use, etc. around it. So is anybody here able to share with us what was the purpose, what does the settlement agreements for each one of these represent as far as how the territory can use these funds, or is it open? Because if it's open, then we need to be having a different conversation.
Senator Venetia Velasquez, Civil Chief. Many of the settlements, especially those associated with the opioid epidemic, do have some restrictions and some health requirements, and so we have to. It is difficult to deal with them generally and say that all of the settlements have a particular restriction. But I can say generally that they have restrictions, but the restrictions differ. As to the Google settlement, that money is not really money that will be available. It should not be available generally in a general fund for use by the territory. Much of that money, except for a small percentage, and that's a very small settlement when you look at it in comparison to the others, much of that is actually to compensate consumers for fraudulent and deceptive practices. And so that settlement was on behalf of consumers, and the settlement agreement in that case requires some interaction with DLCA to ensure that consumers are made whole. With regard to all of the other pharmaceuticals, those do have restrictions that we need to work through with Department of Health.
And has that work begun?
I cannot speak to that, honestly.
Okay, so who would be responsible for working this through? I'm not sure. Attorney Rea?
I am not sure either, and
Yeah.
I will make the appropriate questions though, and I'll speak with the governor's office and find out
So
the logistics.
do you have anyone back at your office that can forward the settlement agreements to this committee as we speak? Because this is important information for us.
Right.
Because this is the challenge, and I'm sure my colleagues understands this, and this is just for the community to understand more than us here sitting in this room. It's important for us as leaders in the territory to understand all of what's happening with regards to the financial state of this territory. And as we have these discussions and these conversations, we are constantly learning of things as we have these budget hearings. Transparency is critical, and I want to thank you, Attorney Rea, for being very transparent with this information. But I know that I am the chair of this committee, and my committee members are here in addition to other senators, and many of us were like, oh, we didn't know all of this was happening.
Yeah. I have to say that I'm learning a lot too, listening to the questions and understanding your concern, and I have to say that I have that same concern. I'm not sure what's going on with some of these either.
Yeah.
Being new to my job, and I will make it I assure you, I will make it a point to find out. I believe we can get you those settlement agreements. I believe Attorney Velasquez would have copies of them.
Okay. Ms. Russell is there, so she can coordinate with Ms. Velasquez, so we can get the information. But we cannot move a 2024-25 budget appropriation without understanding all of the financial intricacies in this territory. I definitely will not support it. So we're going to move on to the next, Senator. We'll get to the next question, but this is a very important issue. So the $500K you said will be coming from the Crime Prevention Fund, and how much money did you collect in that? Because, you know, Attorney Rea was very good at saying he collect the money, but he didn't tell us how much.
Right.
How much?
Do you mean for the case management system? It was coming out of the $2 million that was there from the, I think it was the Epstein.
$2 million?
Yes, from the Epstein settlement.
Okay, good. All right. Senator President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the Department of Justice family, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning.
I too want to thank God for His blessings during this last tropical storm, and some categorized as a Cat 1 storm, and thank Him for sparing us. I wanted to continue along the track, and thank you very much for your testimony, Attorney Rea. And in respect to the funding that I'm hearing, which is about $4.8 million that seems to be sitting out there in oblivion someplace, is there an opportunity for a clawback, a reach back? Is your agency have an opportunity to request this funding for any way, shape, or form?
Can I have to ask my CFO if he could explain that to you?
If I understand your question correctly, Senator, you're asking if the department has will be able to use some of the 4.8 million?
Yes.
Not out of that specific amount. What the department had the opportunity to make use of was the Epstein
Yeah,
settlement.
we're not talking about that. We just very specific on this particular 4.8 that was mentioned here.
Okay.
So it is your testimony that this money is just deposited into the general fund and then nothing happens. You're not accounting for any further documentation, requests, anything that happens outside of that money being deposited into the general fund that you're aware of.
That I'm aware of, correct.
That's a no. You don't have anything that happens.
No.
Okay. So we know that the Department of Justice was very successful in their ability to join a class action. The money is deposited at the tune of 3.8 in one instance, of $1 million in another instance, and there is many more in progress, but nothing in terms of what happens once that money gets into the Department of Finance.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so I guess it'll be our responsibility then to drill down and find out exactly what happens there.
And I can just say I'm interested in finding out the answer to that question myself. And so
You should be. I mean, here it is that there's some funding that came in at the behalf of the work that's been done by the Department of Justice. I would think that you should have some say or some involvement in it in some way, shape, or form in respect to that.
And I will definitely look into that. It's on my list, and I will get back to you on it.
Okay.
Yes,
all right, so moving along, I have a couple of questions based on your testimony real quick. In respect to, have you had an opportunity to look at your KPIs so far? Are you familiar with the KPIs and what's has been?
Generally, yes. I haven't memorized them again, but I have looked at them.
You have looked at those and you're satisfied that you're working towards meeting those KPIs?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How was the morale over at Department of Justice?
Morale is good, and I find it improving. One of the big things I was interested in doing was, let's say on the criminal side, to get our prosecutors and the police working together, because
that's important.
There's been some failure to work together in the past, and the police have had some complaints about what we've done, and we've had some issues about what they've done. And so I've held several meetings with the police, with our prosecutors, together with them, so they can talk these issues through. As a matter of fact, last week I had 2 of those meetings.
Okay. I have some budget questions, so I think that's important to do,
Okay.
and as a former law enforcement officer myself, I think it's very critical that you do that.
Thank you.
In regards to vendors' payment, what is owed in vendors' payment at this time in aggregate by Department of Justice?
I would say an estimate what is owed in vendor payments would be approximately $150,000, give or take.
And how long has that money been owed and to just various vendors?
It'll be various vendors, and it's been owed maybe over the last 2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months, okay. And in respect to your single pairs, I saw that from June of this year, 2024, you have entered into the single pairs at the tune of about close to $300,000, $298,000. Prior to that, how were you able to pay WAPA? What was happening there?
Yeah, what happened is the money is moved, once it's budgeted, the money is moved into the single payer. So the single payer is what pays WAPA.
Correct. But this was only done in June, based on our post-audit report. In June of 2024, $298,000 were moved at that time to pay. So what happened before that?
I believe it was still being paid, it's just that they probably moved it lately.
Just do the deduction? Okay. Yeah. All right. Has the settlement to Jack Dima been completed?
1 minute.
As far as, yes, the amount was paid.
No, amount was paid. And in regards to ARPA funds, how much of the ARPA funds have you received thus far?
Thus far, the amount we received was $900,000, and we have spent almost $700,000 of it. So thus far,
How much more are you slated to receive?
the one that we applied for is to be above 5.4 million.
Okay, 5.4 million.
It's my understanding that we will get a response on that
30 seconds.
before the 1st of September.
Okay, and real quickly, you have 450 contracts that you worked through on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, the GVI, based on your testimony. Can you tell me, is these contracts automated, or how are you tracking the processing of these contracts?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. We track.
Maybe the Solicitor General could speak to that?
Excellent.
Okay.
Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General. In terms of automation, PMP started what's called the SharePoint system. So everything is done electronically unless there's an exception to, for example, a lease that might be a wet signature lease.
Time.
But everything is done and accounted for through that system. PMP transfers the documents to our office. Our office reviews those documents, and everything, again, is electronically transferred to whether it goes back to property and procurement or to the governor for signature.
Very well, thank you. Madam Chair, I have one follow-up question. In regards to the paternity and child support, your undistributed funds, we've been tracking that for a number of years. Have you seen a decline in that amount? You're still at 1.4, Attorney Rare. And tell me, you were asking that money be, brought to the paternity and child support to, you said that it'll be completely self-sufficient. Can you tell me what will that amount look like for self-sufficiency? Because I believe if you have exhausted every possible means of getting that money out, that perhaps we need to earmark a portion of that money to go towards human services at YRC or some type of preventive delinquency program. So tell me, what would you believe will be an adequate amount for self-sufficiency for PCSD?
Catherine Jensen DeLugo, our Director of Paternity and Child Support, could respond, Your Honor.
You were close, Senator. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for the question. Jensen DeLugo, 4D Director. I, too, have been distressed over the years over these funds. What the AG was referring to is currently we're 6634, and if we were able to use that money that we escheat towards the 34, it would make us basically self-sufficient. However, there is no way to determine how much money we will be able to escheat at any given time. What we have done is ask for a report on accounts over 10 years old, and we're prepared right now to escheat $221,089.25. And those are delinquent accounts over 10 years, and then just keep moving forward in time. But we would never be able to say how much money we would have in undistributed funds at any given time.
Okay, I guess I'll follow up on the next round because in fact you said that there's $1.4 million that's currently
Yes.
correct?
But yes, Senator, but there is a process. We have to, of course, go through our entire process and give due diligence to people that may actually be alive and well and able to get their money before we can just escheat 1.4 million. That's why we started with the 10-year aging, and we're at 221,000+ on that 10 years.
Okay.
Prepared to escheat that now.
Very well. My time has been called, but I'd love to have some further discussion in respect to that. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So just to follow up on Senator Francis's line of questioning, the 1.2 number came from where?
It's almost 1.4, Senator.
1.4, where did it
Yes.
come from?
That comes from monies that were collected, people with bad addresses that we're unable to get the money to. I actually have a breakdown of that. Payments on distribution hold, in case there's people that have moved and we need to verify their addresses, we can't escheat those funds until we finish that process.
Okay.
People that have died and have no heirs, nothing in probate. So there's different sources that add up to the 1.4 million.
Okay, so you have them in buckets, categories, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so you shared that you have some, gosh, I thought I wrote it down. Is it 296
$221,089.25.
221
$89.25.
089. Okay, right?
Yes.
So that $221,000 you said is age out over 10 years?
Correct, Senator.
And how has the Division of Paternity and Child Support, what efforts have you utilized to provide notice to these individuals that falls within this $221,000?
So we start by sending regular mail to addresses in the system. Those addresses come back from the post office, undeliverable, unable to forward. We also check the Child Support Network. We check Federal Parent Locator Service. The Federal Parent Locator Service is connected to everybody from the FBI to Social Security. If we do not receive a positive hit from any of those agencies, those people fall into this 221,000.
So question, does anything within the PCSD national, federal level, and or local level policy prevents the Division of Paternity and Child Support from putting out a newspaper ad with those names?
We cannot put names, Senator.
You can't put it out?
No.
Okay. All right. And these cases were cases that were settled?
Senator,
Meaning-
define settled.
Like a parent came in and filed a case?
Right, yes, correct.
And
these are active cases that went dormant, just like bank accounts go dormant. These are cases that went dormant for whatever reason, whether we have sent a payment to a custodial parent and it was returned to us because they changed their bank account or they changed their address.
So in instances where a custodial payment has passed away, you have funds in a bucket for that, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So what happens to that child that it was that custodial parent's responsibility?
If it's a minor, it goes to whoever the alternate payee is. For example, if the non-custodial parent becomes a custodial parent, he no longer pays child support, or a grandparent assumes responsibility, they become the alternate payee.
Yeah, but I get that, but you shared that you have a bucket of funds, albeit small, for individuals who have since passed away. They don't have any heirs. So I'm trying to understand.
Those funds would be escheated if we can't find heirs. There is a provision in the law that if the heirs come forward, which is what we've been advertising on Facebook, by posters, that if you believe you're owed child support money, you can come into the office and fill out an affidavit stating that you are the rightful heir. Our attorneys review those processes, and if it is true, they get up to $5,000. That's the provision in the law. Up to $5,000 that they can get from those monies that are undistributed.
So then let me go back to my question around the media. So have you done any marketing or shared any information through the media about if you believe XYZ? So when was the last time that was done?
Yes, Senator. It's current. It's ongoing. It's on our website. There are posters up throughout the community. We can institute some more PSAs and put it out there again if we have to.
Posters like where?
They're in public spaces where we think there's traffic, high traffic, like grocery stores, airports, our offices. We can put more out.
So you have not done any
PSAs?
Hard advertising in the newspapers that we have here, the limited newspapers that we have here?
I don't think we did newspapers. We did more social media and public places. We can do newspapers as long as we don't put names.
Well, I think we should, because I think we have this assumption, and many of us have this assumption that everybody's on social media, and there's a lot of people who do not
I agree,
use
Senator.
social media, who do not engage in social media. So
I agree.
We have to go back to our old way of doing business if we want to make sure that we have done everything within our power to disperse those funds.
We will work
That's
with
my
our
position.
PIO, Mrs. Gamansing, and get some stuff out in print as well.
Yeah,
And I thank you for the suggestion, because you're
we gotta pay
correct.
for it. We have to pay for it. I mean, in all fairness. Now, my colleague that spoke before also spoke about 900K in ARPA. What was the purpose of the 900K? How did you use the 900,000?
Oh, that was the 900,000 was to get 2 assistant attorney generals and 2 victim advocates. It
And
was
are
for
they-
salaries and fringe.
So are they on board now?
Yes,
And when do those funds run out?
those funds run out this December,
And when they run out?
December 31st, 2024.
And when they run out?
Oh, then I would move them over to the general fund.
So are they budgeted in your FY25?
Yes,
At what amount?
the attorneys. You mean like in general?
Yeah, because I'm saying, you said you have, give it to me again, 900,000, and you have 2 assistant attorney generals?
Yes, 2 assistant attorney generals and 2 victim advocates.
And 2 victim advocates, right?
Mhm.
And those funds will expire in December.
Correct.
So you have vacant 2 assistant attorney generals. What division are they in, first of all?
Criminal.
So they're all in the criminal,
Mhm.
right?
Correct.
So you have 2 assistant attorney generals and 2 victim advocates at the tune of 900,000, which will expire in December.
Yes.
So in December, you are prepared with whatever we pass or what was presented today in your FY25 budget to take up the, 75% of the salary of
Correct.
those individuals.
Correct, because
For
I
fiscal year.
already have moved the 2 victims. I just have to move the 2 attorneys, and then they'll be covered. But they are budgeted in 2025.
But where you move them already, if you try and eat up this money?
Because what's left is only because the 200 is left is only covering the attorney positions at the
Okay,
moment.
understood. So you are incrementally moving them off of the ARPA dollars?
Correct.
Good. So what you need to share with us is, because we want to make sure when we do this budget that so you have you have some assistant attorney general positions that, well, actually you already moved them. So it's only the 2 victim advocates that are on the ARPA.
Correct.
So those are at 0.75, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to need to get from you those positions that are against the ARPA currently and how much funding you need for them specifically for fiscal year 25 after December. So that's 75% of the year.
Okay.
And then you have $5.4 million in ARPA for, I think I saw that also was to hire additional personnel. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator.
And could you please share with the committee, forward back to the committee, the breakdown of those positions? I suspect those are for what division or for what specific purpose?
There will be the majority of the positions are for the purpose of the case management in criminal. It will be the data collection supervisor and so forth.
Okay, so that's to the tune of 5.4 million.
Yes.
So what is the plan, forward planning? How long will these funds be available for?
They will be available until December 2026.
Okay, so December 2026 also takes you to fiscal year 2026, right? So in fiscal year 26, we're having the same type of conversation like the 900,000, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying that the expectation is that in 2026 of October 1, the expectation is that we will be able to fund $5.4 million in new positions?
They're not, oh, sorry, Senator. They're all not, the 5.4 is not all personnel and fringe.
Okay, so give us a breakdown.
Yeah.
And if you don't have it, you can look for it and I'll go to another senator, but we need to understand because it was expressed in the testimony. There is some information there, I think. So it's important for us to understand what we're up against because saying $5.4 million is available, a portion of it is for salaries. We need to understand what's happening there, because come 2026, you guys will come back to this body to say, look, we funded these positions with ARPA dollars, and now these positions are filled, and we expect to keep these positions online. So we need to understand what's in front of us.
Okay.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go to the next senator, or you're going to come back and give us that information. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I would like to start off by saying thank you to our first responders, and most importantly, our hardworking men and women at the Water and Power Authority, regardless of what. There are others to be held accountable, but we have to give credit to those individuals who go out there every day and serve our people. As far as the investigation unit, I was seeing here in the post-audit report, if I'm not mistaken, it's approximately 5 individuals. Anybody can answer to that? 5 individuals within that unit?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Beverly Herman Wallace, Human Resources Director. Yes, that's correct. Currently, there are 5 on staff.
And as far as the investigation services unit, do you have any vacancies in that unit?
Yes, sir, we do.
How many vacancies?
There are currently 2, I believe it's 2 vacancies on St. Croix. On St. Thomas, we're fully staffed.
What are the 2 vacancies, if you don't mind me asking?
Special agent.
Okay, and how long have this been vacant? Is this a new position?
They became vacant. One became vacant at the end of last year due to a retirement, and the other one was from a separation, December also.
Okay, I'm just trying to have an idea of how long it has been vacant and how long you've been having this position on the books. Without going into too much details, I know you will definitely be busy for the next 2 years as far as investigations. And I just want to make sure as we speak about a budget, do you have the resources? I know a lot of the things that you do are electrical or digital. Any upgrades, any capital outlays projects within the investigation services unit to help with data collection and investigation?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that, Senator?
Do you have funding within this FY 2025 budget? And if so, can you tell me how much to upgrade when it comes to IT and digital upgrades?
I will defer that question. Our IT lead, unfortunately, is not here today.
Director of Information Technology, Eric Stridine.
The mic for Attorney General.
Line working? Oh.
Yeah. Am I time?
Okay. We're good? Okay, is that working all right? Nope. Grab this one.
The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is out of recess. Okay, where were we? We were with Senator James. I'm going to ask that we restart Senator James's time, as we've had several challenges. So, Senator James, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. To page 6 of 22 of the post-audit report speaks to investigation services, the unit. And my last question was regarding IT and digital upgrades to the investigation services unit. How much do you have factored into the budget to help with fugitive tracking, extradition, and the list goes on?
And perhaps our Assistant Director of Special Investigations Division, Ms. Quinones, could respond to that.
Sure.
Morning. Giselle Quinones, Assistant.
Yes, the question was regarding IT and digital upgrades to the investigation services unit. Specifically for the FY 2025 budget, how much do you have in mind or propose in this budget to upgrade or when it comes to IT and digital services?
I have not proposed anything. I would defer to CFO in reference to the budget.
And before the CFO answers, is there like a miscellaneous fund or any fund that you tap into? The reason why I'm just want to make sure that you have the proper resources for the FY 2025 budget so you can carry out your duties within the investigation services unit.
All funding, everything that has to do with fundings goes straight to the CFO. I don't have a separate budget or miscellaneous budget. Everything is generalized through the CFO.
Trust me, I got you, man. I refer to the CFO. CFO.
Yes, Senator. What we can get from the general fund, we also try to use from the crime prevention fund to assist that division.
Crime prevention fund. All right. Thank you for placing that on the record. And with the ARPA project coordinator, I was looking for that position within the FY 2025 budget. If you can just kindly let me know what is the salary for that position and have you started to get anyone on board?
No, sir. Those positions are being reviewed and approved. They're not in the 2025 budget. They'll be coming from the ARPA funds, which would be like federal funds.
So it's still within conversations, is what you're saying?
Yes, Senator.
All right. And then you spoke about the ARPA grant fund for 22 new positions for the next 2 years. And I know we're talking about FY 2025, right?
Yes.
And you're still having those conversations. Do you have any idea when in 2024 you will be able to see more progress there as far as being able to utilize those funds? Because that's a lot of positions, 22 new positions.
Yes. The people in charge of the ARPA funds, which is the OMB, they promised to give us a decision probably at the end of September, early October. And then we'll know for sure what positions we actually were approved to fill and the different things that were passed, Senator.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as St. Croix, I know in the testimony it was mentioned that you're working with JFL when it comes to the morgue. Can you just elaborate some more as far as the utilization of funding and the expenditures of funds for this project? I think the Attorney General's office should have been doing one on St. Croix. Is that still projected to move forward? I think it's right there by Metro Motors.
Yes, Senator. What I'll do is I refer your question to our Acting Operations Director, Ms. Claudette Georges.
And specifically to the expenditures of funds for that project.
Okay, one of the good days.
Media. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Claudette Georges, Acting Operation Manager, St. Thomas. We do have some expenditures that were done referring to when we bring the bodies over to St. Thomas for the autopsy.
So let me just speak about
1 minute.
Let me speak about how much funds have been expended for the year.
For that, approximately $129,000.
All right. Now, when it comes to the project on St. Croix to build the morgue, at the Attorney General's office, have you been able to expend any funding for that project? And if so, at what cost?
30 seconds.
Okay, part of what I know is when we went ahead and we purchased the seal, that was $2,160. The other stuff that I know that was conducted, and I don't have that information, but I can get that for you, Senator, would be when they went ahead to clean the yard as well as...
So let me make it easy on all of us. Through the chair, I would like to request that information so we can be able to follow that project. I have several time left. As far as the witness protection program, page 3 of the post-audit report speaks to $115,000 for FY 2024, and in FY 2025, it shows $0, hence why there's a variance. Are we going to utilize a different funding source for FY 2025 for the witness protection program?
No, Senator.
So explain that to me.
Normally, we request the amount every budget cycle. We would request another $100,000, but is based on what funding is available. Based on what funding is available is when we know if we actually got the whole $100,000 for the witness protection.
So I will wrap up by saying, for FY 2025, there will be a witness protection program.
Yes, Senator.
That's what I'm getting at, because I saw $0 there. So you basically said after you do your analysis, you will see what's left back or something like that?
No. What we always would apply, it's like we're applying for the funds. So we would apply for $100,000.
So it's a federal fund?
No, it's
local.
It's local.
Okay, just want to make sure that you do have a witness protection program within the investigation services unit. My time was called. I don't want to abuse it. I had a lot more questions, but it is what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Very quickly, Senator James. I think there was a through the chair request for that you were. I think Ms. Georges was responding. Can you please remind me what the request is?
Yes, the request was for the expenditures of funds specifically for the St. Croix morgue for Department of Justice. How much has been expended for the, well, not really for the year, but thus far, so we can follow that project.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yes.
So just going back to that very quickly. So do we have how much money we've expended in fiscal year 24 for the St. Croix morgue? And the source of the funding, the funding?
The original project center was for $2,262,507.10.
And that started when?
That started between fiscal year 2023 into fiscal year 2024.
But how much have you spent in this fiscal year?
Payments. Go ahead.
This fiscal year so far for that particular project, Senator, we have spent $2,160.
$2,160 for the medical.
That was for this. That was to get the seal. They needed the geo seal and the geo seal tape.
So we haven't had we in fiscal year 2025-4, we have not had the responsibility of doing any transfers with the medical examiner's office to St. Thomas.
Oh, you're referring to the autopsies when the...
Absolutely. How much
Okay,
money
well,
have you
for the
spent?
autopsies, that is $129,000. That's at $1,500 per body, of which 86 bodies to date have been...
Okay, so that's the information we need to have sent back to. I want to make sure the information that comes is clear to the committee. So...
And, oh, excuse me, Senator, and that's up to date. We'll have to get the breakdown for you for 2024, but definitely since it started up to now, that's how much has been spent.
Okay, so just for clarification and just to go back in history, did we appropriate funding to support this work? The 2.2 million, 2.3 million?
No, Senator.
So how are we paying for this?
Those funds came from the crime prevention fund.
So the crime prevention, so crime prevention. Is this crime prevention work?
Say it again, Senator.
Is this crime prevention work? We have to make sure that we are spending funds within our authority. And if we find ourselves spending funds, having to spend funds outside of our authority, the responsibility is to come back to the legislature to say, look, we have X number of dollars available. We have this situation. Notwithstanding the law, can we utilize X dollars for Y purpose? So, I see what we're doing. This is why we don't have a handle on what's happening in this territory as far as the financials, because funds are being spent out of pocket, and it's creating it's creating lots of challenges actually. So, we did not appropriate any funding for the medical examiner.
No, Senator.
Period. You don't have a line item in your budget for medical examiner.
Not for the construction of the morgue, I think.
Okay, so the contract, we don't have anything budgeted.
No, Senator.
So the intent was to utilize, so what was the authority? I mean, I'm sure you had to get directive, of course, to utilize these funds from that particular location or fund, right?
Correct, Senator. At the time, they used a public urgency. They declared it a public urgency to use the funds.
So that was 2023. But we are still in 2020. You see, y'all see? We are now in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
We are not still under the public exigency, but we're still utilizing the funds outside of the authority. This is a challenge, and this is why what we find in the institution of the legislature, we sit on different sides of the aisle, and what's happening to us is some of our colleagues that are non-majority members are attacking us because they believe that we're part of the cabal. And this is what the problem is, because I would never support anything like this. What I would support is acting attorney general saying, hey, we have spent funds outside of our authorization and outside of the public exigency category period, and we wish to have these funds, to utilize these funds for these specific purposes in order to ensure that we are able to address this issue. But we can't just spend public funds like we like. It is not our money. And there's a reason why we have a legislature responsible for making laws and appropriating these funds. Once it's appropriated or once a fund is established, there is laws around that fund, and we have to stay within the law. From time to time, you will need the funds. I mean, and I don't have to explain that to the Attorney General office, right? Because that's the work that y'all do.
Yeah.
If you need the funds, you come and say, look, we need help. We're not going to say no once it's something that supports our community. And in this instance, it does. But it have to be in line with the law. It's that simple. It's called transparency. It's called us being able to manage our funds and not finding all of these surprises. It's just consistently constant. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AG Namani, let me ask you in respect to the APRA grant, the $5.4 million that's anticipated to hire 22 individuals for the next 2 years. What the long-term plan in terms of how will you be able to keep those positions after that 2 years? Where will the funds come from? Is there a long-term plan that you guys have put together to assure that those individuals stay in the department?
I'd refer that to my CFO here again.
One of the long-term plan, Senator, was to each year, within the next 2 budget cycles, to ask this body and budget those positions into the general fund to move them over.
To move them over to the general fund?
Yes.
$5.4 million?
No, all of it, like I said, all of it was not personnel. 1.3, I got the numbers are coming in slowly, but 1.3 is information technology, which is the system, case management system. And as I was saying, all of it so far isn't approved, so I wouldn't know if we would get all of the 22 positions.
Okay, very well. I'd like to see that plan. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to the Department of Justice, the whole crew. Welcome, Acting Attorney General Gordon Ray. I have to say that I agree that this presentation is very transparent and accountable. I like how Mr. Christopher could give us all the numbers on the Witness Protection Program, Ms. Georges, Ms. Andrews, on the grants, etc. And also I can see the calmness in the Department of Justice. I can see good things and I can see a lot of improvement. So actually we're not in the courtroom, it's more like a classroom because we're learning from you and I very much appreciate it. I think this presentation is excellent, first rate. Congratulations. I can see that you're concentrating on the things that are important. You have an open door policy. You got 19 recruitment actions. You got new hires, promotions. Okay, so you're $18,831,863. You have 172 full-time positions, 15 vacants, and you're concentrating on federal funds. I like that where you see even though you have a 5.4%, 5.59% reduction, you're looking at other areas to increase your funding, and that's very good. And other commissioners, other department heads and directors need to follow that strategy where the government is short, but you're still continuing the mission. So that's awesome. Okay, so now let me ask you, because you mentioned the 3 critical needs, your staff training, your IT case management system, and your trial training. Is that going to be additional funding requirement, and how do you plan to address those, AG Ray?
I've been working hard on those, and thank you, Senator. I did it. I didn't say Your Honor. So I'm learning.
Yes.
And this, by the way, has been a very good learning experience for me. As I said, this is the first one of these hearings I've come to, and I'm learning a lot about what I need to be watching as well. So thank you. As far as the training program, I'm working with the National Association of Attorney Generals. It's called NAG. They have fantastic training programs they use across the country. They will actually send trainers here to the islands, or we can do it remotely, either way. And in either case, they are free. They pay their own way here. They charge us nothing. So it's a fantastic organization with quality training. And we're putting together training programs first for our trial attorneys to work on opening statements, closing arguments, cross-examination, all the standard trial work. We're also putting together with them a program to work with our managers. They have a whole manager program to help you work better with your staff and do all of the sorts of things we'd want to see happen. As far as IT is concerned, our head of our IT department, Barrett Stridiron, has already reached out to a company. We have a tentative contract put together. We're in the process of trying to finalize it. Once we get some details, it will be a modern IT system we have a variety of divisions, civil, criminal, solicitor general, and on down the line. So there will be various special needs for each of those divisions, and that will be included within the IT system itself. So that's well underway. And again, we've projected what the funding would be, and most of that's going to be coming from. I'm sorry. Most of that will be coming from the federal funding that we mentioned, as well as some grant money. And let's see, the final thing we mentioned, I believe, was
Trial training.
Trial training. Yeah, okay, that's coming from NAG, from the National Association of Attorney Generals,
1 minute.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
and that will be free.
Were you finished, Mr. Ray?
No, I'm just saying that will be free, so we don't have to budget that in.
Okay, thank you. And also want to congratulate you also because you see the employees in this division, right? A lot of other areas in the government would like to pick them out from you, and I'm so glad that you're concentrating with the steel workers unions, the non-unions, and you're processing them and you're including the back pay. That keeps this division together because Department of Justice is very, very
30
important.
seconds.
And I like what. Okay, so now I want to just ask you, thinking outside of the box. As far as alternate sentencing initiatives other than jail time, what are your plans to, say it's a first-time offender or, someone had a little behavioral anger management thing. What are your alternate suggestions for recommended sentences other than jail time?
Right. I'm very interested in pretrial diversion programs of a variety of types. And that can run everything from anger management programs to obviously drug addiction issues, alcohol addiction issues. Also, it can involve probations.
Time.
Where a sentence would be held in abeyance until, say, a younger person completes education successfully and those kinds of things. And then the case is dismissed under a section called 3711C. But I'm exploring all of those, and I've had talks with the Public Defender Service through Julia Todman about how we can start to put a lot of that together. And I've also been speaking with several of the judges who are very interested in this kind of thing because that will help them cut back active caseloads and let them move their calendars faster, which is, I know, of great concern.
Yes, Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to finish? Thank you very much. And, going back to Tuesday, right, and that's why I'm pushing for our own meteorologists in the Virgin Islands. Hurricane or Storm Ernesto at 8 p.m. Tuesday was located at 18.35 north, 18.4 west. St. Thomas is located in that same area. It was located at 64.93 at 8 p.m. and St. Thomas is 64.8. That storm passed right over St. Thomas. That's why I'm advocating for Hurricane Center in Point Udall, St. Croix, because the hurricanes come from that east of St. Croix to the Virgin Islands. And thank you very much, Mr. Gordon Ray. You definitely have my vote. Blessings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Fonseca. So the $350,000 that we're offering the much-needed medical examiner, right? That's for the medical examiner.
Yes.
How much do we currently have of that amount budgeted in our general fund? Is that the 250?
That's correct, Senator. 200.
So you're adding another 100,000 from APRA?
Yes, Senator.
And you have is that included in the 5.4 that hasn't been approved?
Yes, Senator.
So you're saying to me that we've been trying to get some additional funding to hire a medical examiner at 100,000 and you have not received approval on that to date?
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And then on page 4 of your testimony, you made reference to processing 144 notice of personal actions. Is that inclusive of your salary increases?
If I could refer that to our HR expert here.
Good morning, Beverly. Good morning, Beverly Herman Wallace, HR Director. Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, so those salary increases for FY 2024 has been granted?
Correct.
To include the retroactive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that question is because I note specifically that, okay, so that's the reason for the $756,000 increase in your FY 2025 budget recommendation?
Yes, Senator. We have to budget it in 2025.
Okay, so tell us why we're seeing a $723,991 reduction in your associated fringe benefits.
Some of the positions, Senator, were budgeted at the rate for family, and the replacement is now at the single rate, which is much lower.
Okay, so many of the employees are unsingle.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. And how many vacancies did you say you have? You said you had
16, Senator.
16 vacancies funded at what percent?
4 of them are at 50%, the rest are 100%.
Okay, and so that's at 100% because they became vacant within this fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay, so how many of those vacancies do you project that you will hire in fiscal year 2024?
Currently, Senator, I'll give a quick guesstimation, and I would say, because we do have a few in process, so 3 are already in process. Actually, 1 is filled, 1 is on board.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say everything perhaps except the Assistant Attorney General, so we are looking at 9. I mean, I'm sorry, 12 if you include the 3 that are in process, 12.
So you think that you're going to be able to fill 9 additional positions between now and September 30th?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the status of those of that process then? Interviews, PRFs, etc.
Well, we do have most PRFs on hand. Interviews are ongoing for Assistant Attorney Generals, and that represents the bulk of our vacancies. And like I said, there are 3 that were in process. 1 is already on board, so they have been discounted from that number.
So the 9, though, I'm trying to hunker down on a 9, whether or not they will truly be filled in FY 2024. And I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking the question.
Sure.
Because it's important for us to understand what will be carried over into fiscal year 25, so we could determine what percentage those positions will be filled at. Reasonably, if you have some that will be right on the cusp of the opening of the fiscal year, we'll continue with the 100%. If not, then we do it based on percentages from a realistic perspective.
Sure. If I may, I would be happy to supplement with factual data.
Okay. That's fair. So what we're going to ask you to provide us is an updated personnel listing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have some that are certified to be filled, what do you call it, CBF or certified CTBF?
Yes, sir.
To be filled by 9/30th, then you indicate such. If it will be after October, those that are closer to October, please give us the information so we could make the appropriate decision. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. He's on his way to St. Thomas. My apologies. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you are listening and present. Attorney General nominee Rare, I'm going to give you a budget course 101. I was late. I do apologize. I came in when your testimony was going. For me, number 1 is personnel. In your 20 pages of testimony, you mentioned thanks once that I saw. If you know of any others, you tell me. Once where you thank the Office of Collective Bargaining for thing. You forgot to thank your employees. Personnel number 1. The massive work that the department is doing, second to none. Thank your employees. In that 20 pages, you should have had at least 10 thanks in there. But you go back to it, you're going to find 1. And if you find a second one, I'll buy you a lunch. And I guarantee you ain't going to find 1. So that's number 101. Now, some other confusing things to me with your personnel and fringe. I've been doing this for a while and just listening, and some things seem to be off. to me. You have 172 personnel. You have full-time equivalent positions, 156.5 filled, vacant. That 0.5 is a split federal local? That you have that 0.5? In the testimony, page 4 of 20.
Yes.
So one is split between federal and local. Okay, so then you have 172, 56 filled, 172 full-time positions, 156 filled, 56 and a half, 16 vacancies. Department processed 144 NOPAs, 13 new hires, 10 using general fund, 3 using federal grants. You mentioned about, okay, so you have 16 vacancies. You brought on 13 new hires, and you said you had 12, which is a carryover from the 16, 12 vacancies, 100%, for 50%, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the 13 new hires that you're bringing on, so we're going to subtract the 13 from the 144. Because we're talking about budgeting for 25. You have GS employees budgeted for 25, which is in your 25 budget. You have wage increases. The wage increases for, okay, so you say overloo, you have 2 employees who the agreement was successfully negotiated in June, and tentative wage agreement and pay plan have been executed. Have they been paid their money as yet?
It's currently being in process, Senator.
So they ain't been paid yet?
No, Senator.
And how much retro would they be owed? Retro and increases, what's the total number? It ain't in your 25 budget.
No, Senator.
Right, so that's what I tell you, personal and fringe is off. Especially that. Then you're talking about 2 attorneys that's on federal funds and 2 victim advocates that you're bringing on. They end in December. None of them are budgeted in the 25 budget.
Yes.
Or if they are, you convince me and tell me how.
2 already have been moved over in 24 budget, and then just have to move the other 2.
Okay, so that 2 move over takes your number to how much? That's a part of the 172 total? Or the 156? Got 172 including vacancies, so that's a part of the 156?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I could see that part. But okay, so then back to the 2 for the overloo. You say is a tentative wage agreement, so you don't have numbers actually
30
for them
seconds?
as yet for 25.
Not as yet, Senator.
Okay, so we need that. Now, you accepted a 5.59 budget decrease. It's a problem along the line. Okay, so before we close out, give me your actuals for 2024. What your actuals expenditures were for personal fringe, supplies, other services and charges, utilities, capital outlay. Give me your actual numbers thus far, please.
Time.
Okay.
Personnel? Oh, okay. So
Okay.
you just-
Personal services. $7,088,003.51. Fringe. $2,822,454.95. Supplies. $197,479.95. Other services. $1,877,506.52. Utilities, $14,436.81.
Any capital outlay?
No, Senator.
Okay, so just in closing, so this is for up to when, June?
This is as of...
That's the third quarter.
No, this is as of July 26th, Senator.
You get a fourth quarter release already? Appropriation, you get in quarters?
Yeah, monthly release.
Monthly. Okay, so you have what? 2 months left?
Yes,
August and September?
Yes, Senator.
7, 9, 10. Okay, and finally, your total wage increases come to what number? For everybody? To include the two that you're waiting on. Just that total number.
Again, then figure for you to have it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I actually was going to follow up with the outstanding personnel raises. The negotiations are completed?
Yes, Senator. For the 2 overlays completed.
Say that again.
The overlay, you're talking about the overlay? Yes, it's been completed.
How many employees fall in that category?
2 employees.
So it's just 2. So what's the challenge with processing their NOPAs for their payment?
No, we just went through the regular procedures, getting the amount approved from OMB, getting the spreadsheet back, which we did get a spreadsheet back, and now we could process the documentation through the NOPAs.
So do you anticipate that you'll be able to get that done prior to the close of fiscal year 24?
Yes, Senator.
All right, inclusive of the retroactive?
Yes, Senator.
Because now we're in August, so you only have 2 pay periods in September, correct?
Correct.
Give or take.
In September,
one will kind of carry over. A portion of one should more than likely will carry over to the first week in October.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to make that happen, those personnel requests those NOPAs need to be processed. It could be online, so the payment could be made next pay period in order to make that happen within this fiscal year. That's my concern. You can go ahead.
If I may, Senator, thank you. Those 2 actions, we did receive funding this week. Both actions are in the Division of Personnel's ERP, portal for processing. So we anticipate they should be completed early next week, because Division of Personnel has been excellent working with us to facilitate and expedite these NOPA processing.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So once those are covered, then you would have met your obligations in personnel salary increases for fiscal year 24.
Yes, Senator.
Right? Good.
Yes.
So, Mr. Christopher, do you have the breakdown of the 5.4?
Unfortunately, Senator, it's not coming through. I'll have to email it to you. I only have that of the 5.4, 1.3 is technology. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Just open up.
We're going to go to... You have it?
Yes. Just sorry.
If not, we could move forward until you get it.
Go ahead, Senator. Sorry.
No?
No.
Okay. Senator Joseph? Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone, especially the hardworking men and women from the Department of Justice. I'm very pleased with the testimony I've seen thus far, Acting Attorney General Rea and your team, who are veterans at doing this work, and I'm sure you're going to be able to rely on them heavily as you've been doing during this proceeding. I also want to thank everyone for all of their prayers in the passing of my grandmother, and additionally, I'm trusting that all of us are recovering. We have more work to be done, and I just hope that we have a level of patience with the Water and Power Authority. We need to assure that, especially in those areas and those pockets where we have a large amount of our elders, that they're given priority for the electrical like to be able to be resumed. Now, I'm going to hit straight into some of the questions, and some of my colleagues, when you're last, some of your colleagues already asked your questions, but I still have questions to ask. Attorney Rhea, I was looking at your portion of indirect cost. Federal funding management is my acumen, and I noted that there is a variance here, and I'm speaking specifically on page 3 of 22 for the post-audit report. And you have a negative variance of $1.5 million for that. Can you indicate to us why is that?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to defer this one also to my Mr.
I'll let Ms. Andrews answer that question for the indirect costs.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews, you're up to bat. Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Donna Fred Gregory's seat. Media, you go.
Good morning, Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist. The variance is due to no approved rate. The last approved rate was for FY 2021. We expect for fiscal year 2025 to use the carried forward balance from the previous fiscal years.
Okay, so let's delve into that a moment. Now, your approved rate, and this is from your cognizant agency, which is the U.S. Department of Justice?
No, it's from OMB along with Department of Interior.
Interior. What is your approved rate? Your previously approved rate?
Rate, 19.27%. And that was for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, and what's the status now, and how are you going to have this shortfall? Because you have expended some of this money from the fiscal year 2024 budget, right? You were allotted $1.6 million in the fiscal year 2024 budget. So you have a little delta there because I know you need that money. So how are you planning to cover those costs?
So for FY 2024, we've expended $541,000 approximately. Indirect cost fund does not expire, so those funds will transfer to 2025.
So you're going to have about 5 and 6, about 1.1.
Correct.
Left over. Okay, to spend in fiscal year 2025.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to note that. And are you anticipating some additional indirect cost funds?
The approval, because it's for fiscal year 2021, last approved rate, we have to get grantor approval.
So where are you in the process?
We have submitted them, and we're just waiting for grantor approval.
Okay. And what time frame did the grantor indicated that they're going to approve it?
We submit...
When did you submit? Let's go back there.
Okay, so it was submitted back for quarter ending, because we submit our quarterly reports on a quarterly basis. So the last quarterly report was back in July of this year.
Okay, last month?
Yes.
Okay, and how long does it normally take you? Because this is some monies.
About between 3 to 6 months.
Okay, we'll just follow up. Okay, then I wanted to ask you a
30
question.
seconds.
Relative to Attorney Rhea, I saw that you needed some additional staffing for what is projected to be needed for the Racino in the district of St. Croix, but you didn't say how much you're going to need. I mean, it's far ahead in planning, but let's look at how we can still look at what we're going to need for enforcement, because in the Virgin Islands, we have a major issue with a lack of enforcement. That's why things are getting away. That's why we owed over $3 million in income taxes, because we're not enforcing acting attorney general. We're not. And so I really want to get to that point where we are and we are able to collect monies that are out there. And so how much are you projecting as far as employees? Madam Chair?
Okay. I'm not sure if Mr. David is here. He's director of our Division of Gaming Enforcement and had been out of territory. No, he is not here. He's neither here nor on St.
And is there
Thomas.
any other individual from your team, acting Attorney General, who can speak on his behalf? Does he have a backup?
I do not believe so. No.
And
He runs his division. I know
so
my
that's
talks.
that's something you need to look into, because everybody should have a backup. I have a backup here as the legislative secretary, and there's a backup for the chairperson. So somebody should be on your team to back up and have a discussion and know what's regarding this item. That's a void.
I believe Beverly Wallace, our Director of Human Resources, can answer your question.
Ms. Wallace.
Good morning.
Hit the ball.
Good morning, and thank you for that, AG. Thank you, Senator. I can't speak to the numbers in terms of financial fiscals, but I can tell you, based on discussions I've had with Director David, he's seeking a complement of about 5 employees. What I have done is made a request through our CFO to at least try to accommodate Director David and the Gaming Division with 3 employees. We're looking at 2 investigators and 1 administrative support. And especially, like you said, now with all the new casino, there's a new casino, I think, there's an application there. We're looking at the casino and other things. So he does require support.
Okay, Madam Chair, I do have some more questions, if you would allow me. Thank you so kindly. I wanted to also ask Acting Attorney General, regarding your white-collar crime unit and that level of corruption. Remember, I'm saying we have a lack of enforcement here in the Virgin Islands. What is that dollar figure you're looking to beef up this particular unit? The dollar figure.
Yeah, I know we've explained in our testimony that the additional services that we need. As far as what the cost would be,
And I know you said some of those are going to be covered by ARPA, but we need that dollar figure, because you see, the question the chairwoman asked and what was revealed in your testimony regarding funding that is there, and we are supposed to be transparent, you know, it's going to start to, and it has, it's not started, it has eroded the public trust. That's what we're having. That's what we're faced with. We are facing an erosion of the public trust because of lack of enforcement and transparency. And we must have it, because that's how people will feel confident to pay their taxes, which feeds all of us. I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but kindly indicate that for us.
what the cost for hiring those additional people, I would ask if my CFO could give you any numbers.
To get an additional 2 attorneys, Senator, it approximately costs about $372,300.
$372,000?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
That would be the cost of 2 additional attorneys.
Okay, $372,000. I think I had an appropriation there to fund them for about $500,000 on the white-collar crime unit. So I'm hoping that we could have a conversation with the committee chair. Madam Chair, I know you have been very lenient with me, and I'm very thankful, so I'm going to wait for the next round. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Department of Justice team. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, and I believe that Mr. CFO
Yes, Senator.
has a question.
Just wanted to get you the breakdown of the 5.8.
Okay, good. 5.8.
Yes, the IT budget is $1,090,872.74. The personnel piece.
For $1,090,000 for what?
That was like the different software and improvement upgrades.
So it's software.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
Senator.
let's do it again, because you first said 1.3, so it's actually 1.9?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It's, yeah.
1.9 for technology.
Yes.
Okay.
Personnel is 1,625,000.
1.6 for personnel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fringe is 638,474. What did I say? 638,474.
Okay,
and
fringe.
22 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Yeah.
You're missing like a million eight.
Let's see. And then the 1,000,008 was different supplies for the regular DOJ budget.
Okay.
What I could do is I'll send you the proposed spreadsheet with the breakdown of each category.
And
what they
how long
consist
did
of.
you all request approval for this project?
Approximately about going on maybe 1.5 weeks now, give or take.
Oh, okay, so it's only been a few weeks.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so we're still requesting funding from the opera dollars. Well, we have a challenge with our, NIH program. Interesting. I didn't know we had opportunities for other applications for, I thought we were dealing with matters that was right in front of us and that's impacting us as we speak. Not that I'm not in support of Department of Justice, because I'll tell you, I believe 2 of you that's sitting here today are aware that I spent most of my career at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, 15 plus years. So it's not that I'm not in support, but I'm just looking at how are we addressing our priorities in this territory. Okay? So I am part of the DOJ family. Oh, 3 of us. Yes. Okay? All right. I want to go back to paternity and child support very quickly before we start the round. So let's talk about, do you have security in your budget? Because I know that from time to time, the personnel at the Division of Paternity and Child Support should feel safe as they're dealing with parents, non-custodial parents that's coming into the to the division for their cases or whatever it is. Do we have security personnel there? Please recognize the mic of Senator Milton Potter.
Jensen DeLugo, 4D Director. Yes, Senator, we do. Both offices are staffed with private security. And in addition to that, we have special agents assigned to the office as well.
So it's always covered with security?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any challenges where irate customers, if you will, clientele, you do have those situations?
Absolutely, every day.
Okay, and you're comfortable with how those situations are being handled?
Yes, Senator.
And next question, do you have a metal detector in your office?
I'm glad you brought that up, Senator. Not as yet. There is one of our improvement plans to the office is to secure the front of St. Thomas office, which is quite different from St. Croix. That basically we shut it off, and we're going to put magnetometers in both offices.
Okay, and when do you anticipate having that done?
FY25. That is an upcoming project.
Okay, so that brings me to the discussion that was in the testimony of Acting Attorney General Rea. I think I heard in the testimony that you're having a challenge with meeting your 34% match. Did I hear that?
No, Senator. We're not having a challenge meeting our 34% match. The idea with the undistributed funds, we were saying if those could somehow be directed back to the agency, it would offset the 34%.
I see. So, but the issue is 1.4. Of that 1.4, you have 200 and something thousand. That's 10 years or more. So you can't. I mean, $1.4 million is not truly available to you at this time for offsetting purposes. I mean, we welcome the offsetting conversation. Of course, we talked about it before that, you know, from where I sit, we have to do everything in our power to reach those parents, and then you move in a different direction. But you only have 1.1. You have $1.1 million that you really can't do anything with because what is a policy? Is there a threshold as to how many years has to pass for those funds to sit in the bank account without you being able to reach those parents before beginning to have that type of conversation? Is that something that is in your policy or a federal policy?
So no, Senator, there is currently no policy. We are drafting a policy to speak to that based on whatever the federal guidelines might say and what banking and insurance has in place already for their escheatment policy.
Unclaimed funds. So when are we going to get that done?
Work in progress, Senator.
Okay, so
I currently don't have an assistant director, and I don't have an executive assistant, so it's just me.
So
and Ms. Andrews and the rest of the management team that is working on all this stuff.
Okay, so you don't have an assistant director or an executive assistant because you have not don't have the funding, or is it that you're unable to attract someone?
I will defer to HR. I believe those positions were not funded, but we have requested them in a 25 budget, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct. It was not in the fiscal year 2024, but we do have it budgeted for FY25.
So one of the things that we did, because my job is to protect the institution that I represent. So one of the things that we did in fiscal year 2024 is we budgeted the filled personnel positions, and we said to the departments and agencies, and in this instance, we said to the Virgin Islands Attorney General's office that you have $431,292 to fill, inclusive of the associated fringe benefits, to fill whatever positions you recognize were of priority. So I don't know if you're aware of that, Acting Attorney General Rhea.
I was not, no.
Yeah, so we gave you a priority pot so you could determine, we gave you funding in a priority pot so you could determine how you wish to use those funds. And in the case of paternity and child support, I can't remember, but your assistant director is fully 100%, or is it 66-34?
No, Senator, everything at paternity is 66-34.
So that's what would only have been 34% of the salary, and you have vacancies in your department. So we have to determine what our priorities are within child support as well as Department of Justice. Now, let me ask a question. What is the total personnel? Because what we do in our budget, and that's something we probably need to re-look at as we go down the road, based on this 34% match, what is the total personnel and fringe, or the total budget overall that's needed for the 34% match within paternity and child support? If you don't have that,
I'll defer.
I need you to send it back to the committee. That's important information for us, so we could back it out of this number, so we could understand exactly what the needs are, PCSD.
Mr. Christopher?
Okay, back to the chair.
Yeah, that's important information for us to know. And then you have hearing officers, correct?
Yes, Senator, we have two.
You have two hearing officers, one in each district?
Yes.
Okay, do you provide security to your hearing officers?
If they request security, they're provided security. We offered them security. The hearing officer in St. Thomas District declined.
Say that again.
We offered security to the hearing officer. The one in St. Thomas declined. However, upon request, if they ask for security, one of the special agents does go into the hearing office.
So let me understand. So you keep, like how we on this hearing today, right? So you're in a closed door, right? And a hearing officer is in there conducting the meeting, and there's no security inside. So how do we know, meaning we are sitting in paternity and child support, what's happening in that room at that time?
That was the reason that we offered them security.
So from where I sit, I don't know that it should be offered. It should be across the board that is a requirement to provide security to our hearing officers. They shouldn't determine whether or not they want security or not. It should be part of securing or protecting the staff.
I absolutely agree. We had security within the hearing offices prior to, and they no longer have security.
Okay, so what are we going to do about that?
If it were up to me, they would have camera systems and security in their hearing rooms.
Who is it up to?
The hearing officers are appointed by the governor, not under the purview of the director.
And how is the monies for the hearing officers budgeted?
The money is within the budget for paternity and child support, and their needs are expressed to us, and we comply with what they ask for.
Okay, so based on the security of your overall office, though, they sit within your office, correct?
No, Senator.
Where do they sit?
They have a separate office of their own.
Where are they located?
They are outside the back door of PCSD in St. Thomas, and they are next to PCSD in St. Croix, under the same roof,
right,
but no access.
Attorney General Ria,
Yes.
what say you?
Well, I'm listening.
Yeah. That sounds like at the end of the day, whether or not they report to the governor, they report to the legislature, they report to you, whoever they report to, they are our employees. And we need to make sure we protect them. And there's a budget if this is my concern. So if in fact they report to the governor and the paternity and child support or the attorney general's office does not have that jurisdiction, as it's sounding like to me, I have to look at the law and be clear on it, then we should have a representative from the hearing officers here today to discuss what their needs are. So I don't know that that is necessary. I'm just saying that we have to provide the same level of service to the hearing officers within the Department of Justice.
Right. I agree, and this is new to me. Like I said, I've been here for 2 months. I'm trying to learn a whole lot, and this has been a very instructive hearing that you've been putting on.
Okay.
So, Senator, if I may clarify one thing.
Okay.
The hearing officers are appointed by the governor and report to the AG's office.
Okay, good.
So, under normal circumstances, it would be the Deputy Attorney General that they report to.
Okay, so that's something that y'all need to connect on so we could, if there are any challenges there, we get it straight.
Yes.
All right, so now let's go. So again, I need to get back from you, Mr. Christopher, the overall 34% match budget for the paternity and child support for FY24 and FY25. Let me ask you, Attorney Rea, and let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Gittens, our chair of the Public Safety and, I'm forgetting committee, the Public Safety Committee, Homeland Security and Public Safety and Justice Committee. So certainly he would be interested in this conversation. But let me ask you about the morale at the Department of Justice.
Yeah. My experience in this last, like I said, the 2 odd months that I've been there, I've gone around and talked with all of the division heads and gone down and talked to the line attorneys and the staff. My sense is that it's a very talented bunch. I've been pleasantly surprised at the high level of competency. Morale seems to be quite good, except many feel that they're massively overworked and often lack the resources that they need to do their full job. I think staffing is a big, big issue given the volume of work that they're doing. And I've seen that in a lot of the divisions, as we mentioned today. Some of them, like our Solicitor General's office, which has a huge amount of work to do. It handles all the appeals into the Supreme Court. It handles all of the reviewing contracts, all of those kinds of things. Really only has 2 lawyers in it. One of them is the head of the Solicitor General herself, and the other is a regular lawyer, but that's it. In the past, that department has had up to 10 to 12 attorneys in it to do that same amount of work. So they're doing the best they can do but resources are really, really tough. And that's why we're trying to get more attorneys into there. And I'm very happy with the work that Ms. Wallace has been doing with the HR department. That's starting to move. And all we can do is keep trying to do that. I spend a lot of time walking around talking to the various people. I try to be a present manager, so I can hear from people what's bothering them, what the problems are, and that's the common theme that I hear. But I'm impressed with the quality of the people there, and I am impressed with their morale. But I understand also their frustrations. I think frustration is probably the bigger word, in that they're being asked to do huge and important projects, but often feel that they just don't have enough people and there aren't enough hours of the day to get it all done.
Okay, one of the things that you did not, and thank you for that, you did not mention in your testimony at all is staff training. What's your position on providing training to the staff, and do you have a budget, consideration for staff training?
Yeah, the trainings that I've started to put together is through the National Association of Attorney Generals, and they have programs for managers, for staff, and then obviously attorney training as well. And I'm in communication with them. I talked with them last about 3 days ago about how we could put together some of those programs. I'm hoping to have 2 training programs before the end of this year, and then starting next year, we'll be able to have probably 3 to 4 with trainers in-house and in person. And the reason I wanted to have training for particularly managers is because often the managers of each of these different divisions really sort of set the tone and have a big impact on morale, listening to what people have to say, and taking their concerns seriously. So
And I suspect that will come at a cost?
that will come.
With a cost?
No.
So it's
NAG
free?
does that for free.
Okay, good.
Right. They send the trainers down. They pay for the travel. They pay for their lodgement. I had a long talk with them about that. I was surprised myself.
Okay, great.
Right. That is
well,
all free.
Thank you for uncovering that. That's very important to us. I have to go to Attorney Tepper because I know that all contracts that pass through the Department of Property and Procurement must hit the Division of the Solicitor General, correct? Attorney Tepper? Recognize the mic of Attorney Tepper. First mic to my right. Try it again.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and how are you managing with all of those disaster-related and ARPA-related contracts that must come through? What's the timeliness of those being processed through your agency? And have you answer that first, and then I'm going to ask you about whether or not there's been any conversation with the Office of OCR with regards to utilizing some of the administrative-related funding to support additional attorneys to provide you with the assistance as you process these contracts through the system.
Let me answer the
Yes.
second question first, and then I'll
Okay.
answer you. For the second question is, no, we haven't had any conversation. The first question, when we get ARPA funding or disaster recovery, they are always priority contracts. So essentially, they jump the line, if you will, to make sure that they get priority treatment in the department.
So you only have how many lawyers?
It's myself and one other attorney, and we have a paralegal that also works with us. So it's basically the 3 of us working through all the contracts.
So how are you getting that done?
Prioritizing, managing our days, and determining, what deadlines we have. If we have briefs due, you just have to worry about your deadlines and what's, and learn how to prioritize.
So I'm going to go to the next senator, but the next senator will be Senator Gittins. But before I do that, I want you to share with us what is the responsibility, as per law, of the Solicitor General Division, because it's not contracts alone.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I'm sorry, Senator Carrion. Sorry. Go ahead. Before I go to Senator Carrion.
The Division of Solicitor General has a vast responsibility from all the various appeals, which include, direct appeals, but it also includes habeas corpus, which are considered an appeal, herb appeals, writs of review. We also handle some of the administrative hearings. Recently, I actually did one for the Department of Labor on unemployment insurance. So all those go through our section, all PERB 530 and 531, which are termination, suspension, and discrimination cases. I should stop. And we have a vast number of cases and work that we do. But again, right now it's just a matter of prioritizing and making sure. And knock on wood, we've been hitting our deadlines. But yes, it's a lot of work. But again, we prioritize.
Attorney Ria, you have a number of vacancies. Any of these vacancies tied to the office of the SG?
To the SG, yes, we have one, I believe, that she'll be getting a new person very soon. I think they've been approved, and she's familiar with who that person is. She suggested some others. She's looking herself as well as us to try to get new people in there. That's one of the divisions that I am most interested in getting more people into as soon as we possibly can. Our offices are very close to each other, and we talk every day, and I'm very aware of those issues.
All right. Is your carpet still gray?
Is my carpet
Your carpet still gray? Is it still called the gray carpet area?
Oh, is it still called? I haven't heard it called that, no, but I think it is.
Okay, is it carpet gray?
No,
Gray floor.
With tiles now.
Oh, okay.
Gray floor. Okay.
Gray
All
floor.
right.
I haven't checked that out.
All right. Okay, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, the people of Virgin Islands, and the viewing and listening audience, and the team from the Attorney General's Office, the Department of Justice. Thank you for the testimony. I think it was very comprehensive and informative. Just a few things were missing, and I think most of my colleagues touched base on that, and the chair certainly did a detailed list of the civil cases that have been settled and that funding that has come in. But apart from that, a good testimony. Now, I have a few questions, and it's regarding to, and I know some, you will excuse me because I was traveling in transit from St. Croix here, so I might ask something that was asked and answered. But regard to, one of my concerns is ARPA funding that you're about to receive, and most of it is going for staffing, and we clearly hear that you do have a staffing need. What is the total cost of the new staff that you want to bring in? What that cost look like?
Okay. Again, if I could have my CFO respond to that, he keeps track of all the money.
For the ARPA funding that we propose, the salary and fringe will cost about $2,488,035.37.
So 2.4 million approximately, right? And that includes fringe benefits in there?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. But you're requesting 5.4 from the ARPA funding?
Yes.
What the balance will be used for?
The $1,090,000 is for IT technological improvements, such
Okay.
as the assisting with the case management system.
That I heard it was one of the critical needs that the acting attorney general mentioned. Correct. Okay.
Right. The other was supplies and different needs that the department overall needed, so supplies and different things.
So what will be that amount for supplies and different things that you are anticipating and requesting to use from the ARPA funding?
1.3.
So 1.3 for supplies. Do you have a breakdown exactly what you're going to use that 1.3 for?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
I would it's a lengthy list. What I'll do
Just
is
share
it
some
with the
things,
chair.
but just mention a few things so we could have an idea when you talk about what you're going to use it for. You don't have to go through a whole full list.
Okay. Well, let me see. Well, for 1 minute, Senator.
Because 1.3, it's a good amount to just have for supplies. So are you intending to purchase a vehicle? Does that include
Yes,
some
yes.
capital projects?
So it's maintenance of vehicles. Let me see, X-ray machines. Maintenance of cleaning the more cooler. Furniture for the HR section. Let me see. gas, let me see, body bags, infant scales, landscaping for the area in where the morgue supposed to be in St. Croix, taxology, lab kits.
Okay, so we have an idea. When are you anticipating to receive the ARPA funding? You said you applied, but you haven't received it yet, right? Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. By when are you anticipating to receive it?
Hopefully by the end of September or early October.
Okay, so it will be part of your FY 25 budget.
As far as federal funds, yes.
Federal funds. So based on this ARPA funding, are we seeing any deduction then within your overall budget in the area of supplies or capital outlay?
No, Senator.
So that section has remained the same?
Yes, Senator, because those had to, of course, as you know, maintain within the ceiling.
Okay. And apart from that, part of my concern is when this funding is good for 2 years. That's what you projected. But once this is over, then you're going to come back to this body to be able to sustain those new positions.
For the new positions, what I'm hoping to do is build slowly and migrate the positions over to the general fund within the next 2 years.
Okay. Currently, you have how many vacancies?
Currently, we have 16 vacancies.
16 vacancies. And then, so apart from those 16 vacancies, you want 22 new positions.
That's correct, Senator.
The 16 vacancies, are they funded at a 50%?
4 at 50%.
Just 4 or 50%? Okay.
Yes.
How long have you had these vacancies?
Yes, Senator, good morning. Not that long.
Yeah,
Pretty much, I'm sorry, FY 2024.
Okay, so this year. And I heard something about separations. You had how many separations this year?
There were 25 separations.
25 separations.
Yes, sir.
So you have 25 separations. So how many new hires have you had, in FY24?
As of this hearing testimonies date, it was 20 new hires.
20 new hires.
Yes.
Okay. And in the testimony, I heard that in the pipeline, I think you have already interviewed or is in the process about 19?
No, we're currently conducting interviews for attorney generals as well as a few other vacancies. And I might add that we had a new employee onboarded on Monday, just before the
1 minute.
Acting Attorney General, what apart from what you mentioned, what's your main concern within the department?
I think that within the department, concern number one is the number of vacancies that we have and the need for more attorneys, obviously, with Solicitor General and several of the other divisions. Our trial divisions are down as well. On the criminal side, we need probably at least 7 more attorneys.
30 seconds.
And that would be issue number one as I do it. And we're trying to find replacements for that. And my HR director has done a great job in trying to help you with that.
And what changes have you made or has the department made, because I know you're recently there, regards to retaining your employees? There was an increase that was done recently. What does that look like?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that. There were several that left. That was before I came on. Since I've been in, which, as I said, it's only been a little over 2 months, we have lost very few employees. If any, I'm not sure. Ms. Herman could tell you. But and I think morale is starting to get much better as we're getting in cooperative programs with the police and really starting to try to get more and more sensitive to the needs of the workers. They're doing a great job. And like I said, I'm very impressed with the talents of the people within the Department of Justice, and I understand their frustration, though, at at being overworked and lacking the kind of material support that they need. I think this IT system is going to make a big difference, too, in workload because it will allow them to do things much more efficiently.
And your HR director, with regards to the increase, you didn't mention, was there an increase recently to the staff in FY24? Was there a salary increase?
Yes, sir, there were.
There was?
Yes.
Who received the salary increase?
But FY24, the increases were to the Assistant Attorney Generals. That was under the SIU agreement. We also had our paternity and child support non-union employees whose increases did not they were part of FY23, but they were not effectuated until FY24 due to logistics, I guess. Additionally, we have 2 AHOs, administrative hearing officers, who had not received the increases for some time, and their increases are mandated by code. So one has been processed, one is in process. And additionally, there were 8 Attorney General leadership individuals who received increases.
Okay, Madam Chair, my time has been called, but if you allow me just one more question. Thank you. With regards to, there was 2 funds that was mentioned in your testimony. I would like to know what's the balance in those funds, the Crime Prevention and Persecution Fund and the Victims Mental Health Fund.
I'll get those through the chair, Senator.
You don't have those at the moment?
No, Senator.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So just for your information, Senator Carrion, the Mental Health Fund is not a fund that's been created by the legislature. And we learned today that the funds were wired to the Department of Finance. And there is currently no administering of those funds. So we have to figure out, we have to set up the fund, 1, and 2, we have to figure out clearly what those settlement agreements has indicated as it relates to the use of those funds, because as legislators, we are not aware. And usually, regardless of whether or not the funds are set aside in the settlement for a specific purpose, it still comes to this body for us to indicate such in legislation. That's the way the legislature and the people are able to control exactly what's happening with regards to the funds that's coming into the territory. Okay, Senator? Thank you. I just want to give you, because I know you were traveling.
Senator,
someone.
Is it possible for me to give a clarification?
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, there's someone speaking. St. Croix?
Anisha Velasquez, Civil Chief.
You may proceed.
Is it possible?
Yes.
Can I clarify a point that you just mentioned, Senator?
Of course.
Okay, so with regard to the mental health fund, I think I heard you reference that, and I believe you're referencing the JP Morgan agreement. The $10 million to the mental health fund in that agreement did not go to the Department of Finance. It was not referred to the General Treasury. That fund, per the agreement, was required to be paid directly to a settlement fund, a settlement administrator. The settlement administrator that we're using is out of New York.
Mm-hmm.
That fund is being managed and distributed to victims based on claims that are submitted and approved directly to the administrator. The agreement then provides that anything that is left after all of this process has been concluded, which will be July 15th of 2025, any funds remaining will revert to the Treasury.
Got it. So that's separate and apart from what we're talking about, but I understand what you're saying. So we agree with you on that, okay? So my discussion was tied to, or my conversation, my response was tied to what was shared with us earlier as it relates to what went directly to DOF. And I think it was more so tied to I can't remember what fund it was. I think we were talking more so about the opioid dollars around those particular different companies. That specifically, not the funds that came related to the Epstein matter. Okay? So we agree with you on that. So we're going to go to the next senator, and that is Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. I think there was something that I needed to ask, but I got distracted. So I'm going to go directly to Senator Gittens. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Before I start, I too am thankful for the calm and even more so the strength in all of us as a community after going through Tropical Storm Ernesto. I also want to thank the Water and Power Authority, linemen and women that's out there working in the dangers, and thank all the emergency service personnel as well who have been out from the onset. That said, I want to begin by saying I'll be cautioned on asking any questions where you will have to maintain control of sensitive information. I would like to ask some probing questions, but I would hold some for another setting. While I say that, I don't mean that we can't ask pertinent questions, because that's what we need to ask. We've seen too many shootings, one murder too many. Public corruption is a true concern to many. And I say that to say we can't be afraid to bring the agencies before us, especially when we see things getting hot. Look at what's going on nationwide. Congress wasn't afraid to bring in the Secret Service when the unfortunate incident took place with the former president. So I say that to say that we should not fear bringing in any agency as well. That said, I did some notes regarding your testimony. And on page 2, you spoke to some $35 million settlement with JP Morgan Chase, but I noticed there was no mention of the total settlement from the Epstein case. Even if it was mentioned before, can you tell me what is the total settlement with the Epstein case and how much was received by the territory thus far?
Okay. Yes. The Epstein settlement, the Virgin Islands government receives $105 million. That $450,000 in addition was given to the benefit of DPNR.
I don't want to know the breakdown. Just tell me how much is the settlement and how much was received thus far.
Okay. I know the total settlement's $116,446,054.
116 million.
Yes. And as for the amount actually received, I defer to the head of our CFO here who can talk about where that went.
I know of the Epstein settlement, $2 million went into.
No, I don't want to know where it went into. Just tell me how much have we received thus far. If you don't have that number right now, tell me, you will get back to me.
I'll get back to you then, Senator.
Thank you. Funding to help assist with the hiring of 7 investigators. This sounds so good on paper, but I'm not convinced that anything will be done. What happens when those funds are no longer?
You mean if we don't receive them or once they're expended? I'm sorry, I just don't quite understand your question.
What happens when the ARPA funds expire?
Let me refer that again to my CFO.
We hope to maintain them in the general fund, Senator.
That's a lot of hope. You working on a plan there?
Yes, we just initially started the proposal. We were told so far that we would not receive most of the personnel pieces, but in light of that, with the little that we do receive for the personnel, we have a plan of how to migrate them over from the federal funds slowly into the general fund.
All right, we'll have another conversation on that as the respective committee will be calling you in. Regarding the SIU employees on page 3 of your testimony, you spoke to salary implementations. I know that's a question for our minority leader, but I still wanted to be clear here. You spoke about implementations have been processed, including back pay. When was this process done, and has it been completed?
The non-union process was done and completed early February 2024.
So when we say completed, meaning employees have been made whole?
Yes, as far as that bargaining unit, yes, Senator.
1 minute.
How many employees were affected?
For the non-union, it was approximately 46, 47 employees, give or take.
Okay, and the others, since you're saying non-union?
Overload, they were completed in June. We are in process of giving them their old steps. That should be completed in the next 2 weeks, give or take.
So the SIU employees are not completed?
Yeah, SIU that was coming to the last part. It was three bargaining units. SIU have been completed around the same time in February also.
30 seconds.
That's the SIU, the Assistant Attorney Generals.
I tell you, boy. Regarding your staffing levels on page 4, of your 155 filled full-time employees, how many are classified versus unclassified?
Thank you, Senator. Of the current number, 150 filled positions, 82 are exempt and 68 are classified.
82 exempt?
Yes, sir.
And 62?
68 classified, 82 exempt.
Time.
68. Again, colleagues, we got to pay attention to these exempt positions. We got more exempt positions than anything right now. Madam Chair, time call, but may I try to? Thank you. Regarding the St. Croix morgue project on page 5, you said you've entered into a MOU with the St. Croix Hospital, which should be certified and ready for use shortly. How long is shortly?
Well, I've been in communication with them since I became acting AG 2 months ago. And I know the physical plant is together. And I'm
so I don't want the long, not to be rude, but
sure.
How long is short?
I don't know and can't control that. I had been told.
Okay.
I had been told by the hospital people that it would be within a month.
All right, so
I
we'll
can't
try to
answer it,
shoot
though.
for a month. We were here before, and we know the reasons, or I know the reason or reasons why the DOJ was evicted from the hospital before. And that's exactly what took place. I'm hopeful that with this MOU, that things will go right, because we're dealing with bodies that are evidence. And I too had a lot of questions surrounding those folks going in and out with open access like that when we have active murder cases going on. So the behavior that was taking place before, why you had to be evicted, I hope that that is handled. Now, we've had this modular morgue sitting on St. Croix for almost 2 years now, which we've spent almost $1 million. How much monies have we expended year to date on bringing bodies to St. Thomas for an autopsy?
Good day, Senator. Claudette Georges. We spent $129,000.
And that reflects how many Uh,
86.
Bodies.
86 bodies, Senator.
86. And so, based on, or while we wait for this MOU to go in place, we'll continue to bring bodies to St. Thomas, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is there a storage fee for this modular that's sitting on the container port? And if so, what are we paying? Who's responsible for those payments?
Right. We were just informed in the last month, for the first time, that the Ports Authority wants to get paid for the fact that we've had that modular sitting there on their property, and I'm negotiating with them to see exactly where it should fall out at. Our position is that we're sister agencies.
So prior to you coming, there were no payments made?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Excuse me, Senator, could I add, there was not only no payments, but we never received any type of invoice.
So how did we receive word that payment is required now?
I received a email from the Ports Authority saying, here's what you owe us for having basically stored or let you leave your portable morgue on our property. And I've communicated with them, and we're talking.
I'm gonna wrap it up here. The Solicitor General's office you spoke to on page 11, obviously understaffed. Are you prioritizing these government contracts?
Are we?
Prioritizing these government contracts.
Definitely, and our Solicitor General is here. She can speak to that more directly.
Good afternoon, Senator. We prioritize certain contracts, for example, the disaster recovery contracts, the ARPA contracts, and we are in constant communication with PMP virtually on a daily basis.
The agencies that you see in these contracts, do they have a legal counsel?
Some do and some don't, but we don't deal with the in-house attorneys for the central government. We generally deal directly with property and procurement.
And lastly, before the chair takes my throat, the White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit. This body moved, I believe it was somewhere in the tune of $1 million to beef up the unit. What's the status of the unit?
The unit at present time.
Can you pull the mic down?
Yes, I'm sorry. Right. Yeah, the unit at the present time has a chief who's an attorney handling cases
which we know. What's the status? The chief by herself can't handle all these cases.
No, and basically some help from a regular line criminal attorney, and no, massively understaffed. And that's one of our priorities is to try to get that one staffed up as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll leave the SID for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Do you have bilingual staff on board?
Yes, there are bilingual staff that works for the DOJ, yes.
I mean, those are like can communicate with victims.
Let's refer this to, I believe, Ms. Quinones, who can describe that situation.
Ms. Quinones, put your name on the record before you speak.
Assistant Director Quinones. Go ahead with the question. Sorry.
Bilingual staff who provide support to victims that come to the office. Do you have staff that are bilingual?
No, we don't. No. Not specific for that. I know there's an employee that's bilingual that would assist, but not specific to helping witnesses or victims.
So how does that impact the work that you don't have bilingual staff?
we just use what we have. We have a bilingual staff member, and we just, have her assist us.
So, Attorney Ria, Attorney
Yes.
General, Acting Attorney General, I believe that's one of your challenges as well. It's a huge challenge in this day and age. You can't just use a staff for that purpose. There should be some qualifications for those individuals who are in the office that's providing support to victims. Right? So that's something that you need to look at as you begin to fill some of your vacant positions.
Very good.
Now, next question. What is the focus? What type of administrative support do you have? Are they legal assistants or are they secretaries?
That support me?
Support the Office of the Attorney General, absent
Okay.
of the Paternity and Child Support Division.
Okay, well, we have obviously litigation support people. We have,
Yeah, but what are their titles? Are they legal assistants? Are they secretaries? What titles are these individuals carrying who provide support to those various divisions?
okay. I could have my HR head explain the different operations and titles.
Yes, Senator, thank you. Well, there are various. We do have special assistant. We have administrative assistants.
But the question is, so you may have inherited employees who are special assistant, legal assistant,
Correct.
administrative assistants. But based on the office that you're running, it sounds like you need those types of employees who are qualified. So they need training. And that's why I asked you about the training before, because those employees would have to be trained up to be legal assistants. So are you carrying more legal assistants, more secretaries, more admin type people? Are they able to provide the support to your legal attorneys, rather? That's basically the question.
Okay. To that, I have to give an answer like this, I believe. I was very surprised when I came on a few months ago that there are no paralegals in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Sorry, in the Department of Justice. I used to be an assistant U.S. attorney, so sometimes I say that to ignore that. But there are no paralegals, and I find that very surprising. Again, I know a lot of the attorneys are in real need of paralegal assistance, and also using good paralegals can be a very efficient way to get a lot of work done.
Absolutely.
Legal research, draft motions, all of that kind of thing. And again, some of the assistants who are assisting the attorneys are picking up some of those kinds of skills, but I agree with you completely. We definitely need to have people with the full paralegal background and experience.
Right. So my strong recommendation is that you look at that pool and determine, who can be trained or who can be retooled or repositioned. But it's very important for those types of employees to provide support to the attorneys in your office, particularly because of your short-staffedness as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Now, I'm going to close out with this last question. I think that's the last one I have. No, I asked about the bilingual, but I think there was a response that you didn't have any capital outlay in your FY25 requests. However, I am seeing some $58,514 under the 2025 recommendation that came from the Office of Management and Budget. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Senator, probably misunderstood the question, but the one that is in the 2025 budget is for the Paternity and Child Support Division for, I think, the phone system.
Say that again.
It's for the upgrade of the phone system in the Division of Paternity and Child Support.
Okay, upgrade of the phone system.
Yes, Senator.
All right. So in the interim, the one thing that we didn't get clear today is the status of how you plan to deal with the $200,000 in the unclaimed funds. Because we have to understand if there is true movement around that, or you have the authority to truly move it. I know once you don't use it within a certain period, but you don't really have a policy. It's like doing write-offs. There must be some sort of policy that would be the impetus. The policy need to lay out, these are the things that we will do, and within whatever that window is, then we move forward. That's not clear, because some of these things that's tied to PCSD should be able to be used from those funds if it goes unclaimed for whatever amount of years that is established in that policy. So that's something that we need to, I think you need to look at. Ms. Jensen? Recognize the mic of Senator Potter.
Senator Jensen DeLugo, Paternity and Child Support. In the past, when we've escheated the funds from the undistributed, those escheated funds go directly into the general fund.
Right. That's highly possible. But if you are specific about what you want to use those funds for, then we can have a conversation, because once they be claimed, so I think the concern is the unclaimed conversation, and then how does this body insert itself in the process to allow you to get what you need? You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
What we would be requesting from this body is special legislation to allow us to use it for other purposes, and I'm hearing your question is what those other purposes would be.
Yes, yes, yes. However, you kind of, a light bulb went off in my head when you said earlier about the legalese around the use of unclaimed funds, because I believe that would fall into that category as to how unclaimed funds will be addressed in the territory. So, Attorney Rea, that's also something that, you need to look at closely to make sure that whatever we're doing, falls in line, or whether or not it's even appended to that. I don't know.
Okay.
So we need to figure that out. All right. Colleagues, we know that we have to wrap up. So I believe that some of us had 10 minutes. Yeah. And they didn't bring no fake Newton and things. So I'm going to do a burning question very quickly, and we're going to start with, and I promise not to, please don't say nothing that I have to follow up on. Senator Blyden, burning question. None. Senator Francis Jr., burning question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, I'm happy to see that the Mofuku unit is moving in the right direction. I'm the one that had moved that legislation, and obviously we want to continue to make sure that not just reimbursement, but also deterrent towards fraud and abuse. My one burning question is in respect to, is there any consideration being given to the Department of Justice actually having their own home on St. Thomas? I know that there is some effort being made on St. Croix. Is that similarly done on St. Thomas? I see that you expended $845,000 on an annual basis. And of course, it's going to our GRS, so I'm complaining about that. But over a 20-year period of time, we're talking about maybe about $16 million or so. 25 years, that's about $20 million. Is there any consideration in respect to trying to acquire your own home in the St. Thomas St. John district?
No, I have not. I haven't looked into that. But I think that's a good thing to put on the agenda as it goes forward. But no.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Javon. Okay, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, in regards to your witness protection program, I think you mentioned in his testimony, but when I'm looking at the post-audit report, I don't see anything appropriated for FY25, no recommendation. I know usually in FY24, we appropriated $115,000.
Yes, Senator.
So what's going to happen to that program? Is that going to be federally funded? That's why we're not seeing anything here. What's the status on that?
I don't know why it was not promoted, but every budget cycle we recommend $100,000 to go into that program.
Okay.
And what I'll explain is like we request the money, and then when the budget is approved, then OMB will tell us how much is actually given to us in that specific program.
Do you have actuals in that program? Do you have your actuals for that
Yes.
program? What are they?
It's fine.
So after the witness protection program, we received $115,000, and we expended $54,205.51.
54. Okay. You plan to have any encumbrance or were you?
No, those monies can't be encumbered. What happens is just when the new
Base.
budget cycle comes over, we get another full
Another amount.
$100,000.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Blyden had a change of heart. You may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the MOU with the Wang F. Louis Hospital, and he spoke to the morgue, which should be certified and ready shortly. What do you mean by shortly? Did he give you a time frame? By when? What's considered shortly?
I have to say, I've gotten different time frames from the hospital on what shortly means. At one point, they thought it would be only a week or so, and then apparently they got into a dispute with the contractor who had put in changes, I think, in plumbing and other things.
Change orders.
Yeah, and so I honestly cannot tell you what they now mean by shortly.
Wow.
It has. I've been talking with them over the last 2 months. It's one of the first things I got involved in when I became acting Attorney General, was to start working on that process, because I find it very frustrating also. And this has been a haunting problem, and I'd like to see it solved. Here on St. Croix, we're working very hard to try to not only get that together, but also to get our other backups, the modular medical examiner suite we have out right now at Port Authority, et cetera. We're trying to get all of that together, and I've made that a high priority.
Well, thank you for the clarification, but yeah, we need to have like specific numbers, but appreciate the response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, burning question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my question was along what is the process now for the morgue? Someone passes away on St. Croix, they have to be brought over here. That was years ago, there was the same issue. So now, what is a hardship on a family member who, time frames and all of that, and does it need, I think one issue I asked years ago was security or chain of custody for bodies that you have to do autopsies on involved in the crimes. Is all of those things factored in? So what is the actual process now? Someone passes away on St. Thomas, doesn't have to go through it. We have the morgue set up over here. We are set. The families are set. Now, 40 miles away, someone passes away on St. Croix. What is a step-by-step process? Yeah, you could check the mic up in the front here. Check it, see if it, try it out. You could try it out and see. Yeah, okay.
Maxine Sasso, acting medical examiner, operation manager. The process is still the same. The bodies are brought over, depending on the availability of the medical examiner at the time.
Okay, so right there when you say the bodies are brought over, what has to be done, or what does the family need to do before the body is moved from, a little more specificity in terms of when you say the body is brought over?
The family wouldn't need to do anything because at that time it's still the possession of the authorities in St. Croix. So they come over with the body on a chartered flight.
Okay, the family member?
No, VIPD, St. Croix VIPD. Okay. Along with a medical legal death investigator that belongs to the Department of Justice.
So how long would it take that family to get that body back?
It's usually done in a timely manner.
You're right.
It's usually done in a timely manner. We don't wait.
3 days?
Probably about that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. You're right, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
It's okay. I think these questions can be further fleshed out with our Public Safety Committee. Senator, there was something that we needed to get clarification on, because I think based on the commentary made by my colleague that previously spoke, it appears as if all bodies come to St. Thomas, and I know that is in fact not the case. So can you please clarify that for the sake of the community as well as ourselves here in the chambers?
So no, all bodies do not come over to St. Thomas. Only bodies that come over to St. Thomas are bodies that require an autopsy to be performed.
All right. Wanted to make sure we clarify that. Next Senator, Senator Kala J. Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am very pleased to see with the Paternity and Child Support Bill number 35, that's 0226, which I sponsored and which is now Act 8830, has had the desired effect, and we raised the default minimum payment from to $1,000, and we're seeing that more of the non-custodial parents are coming in to bring in those vital financial information to you. Kudos, I worked well with you, Ms. Jensen DeLugo, and I really appreciate you. My burning question, Madam Chair, is to Acting Attorney General Rhea. Years ago, we had a Civil Rights Commission to deal with discrimination in the Virgin Islands. It has now gone dormant. What I need to know what it would take as far as funding to bring it back, because yesterday I was in a conversation, I overheard a conversation about a client of a government, is they are a taxpayer, and they felt discriminated against where they were. And they were not an employee. They were our client. Where can they be able to get justice when they are having issues of discrimination when they're receiving services? That's my concern outside of employment, because we know labor deals with that. And so that's a vital part, I think. And I would like to see at least a budget on how much it would cost or how you're going to deal with that. That's a very critical area. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's my question.
Okay. That is a critical area, and it's one that does need to be dealt with.
In the mic. In the mic.
I'm sorry. There we go. That is a critical area, and it's one that does need to be dealt with. And you're right. We do not have a division that is dedicated to preserving civil rights, and I will look into that. I need to see what the history's been, and I need to talk with my various members to figure out what's the best way to handle all of that. I think at this stage, if someone obviously comes to our departments, I would presume they would go probably to our civil department, but I'm not sure. So, but we do need to look into that, and I will make it a priority.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So let me hear from our CFO. When did the Civil Rights Division go away? When Mr. Lansford Williams retired?
No, I would say about 2 or 3 years after that.
How long ago?
Senator, I didn't hear me say.
How long ago?
I would say over 8 years ago, give or take.
So that's 2014? 2015?
About that, yes.
2015, 16, give or take.
Give or take.
So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have a new acting attorney general. What happened? It no longer was a priority for the government to have a funded.
It was funded, but what I could say is I know they based on that unit they requested like the board. No board members were being I guess elected or selected. So eventually the employee who was there got discouraged and resigned, and then she was the last standing member in that unit, and that was it.
Yeah, she was a paralegal, administrative type.
Well, no,
employee.
this one was actually the director after Lunsford Williams.
Okay, so there was a director after Mr. Williams.
Yes.
So by law, there is legislation or enacted by law a civil rights division within the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Justice for budgetary purposes only.
Correct, Senator.
Right?
Yes, Senator.
As far as I could remember. And currently, we are working against the law because we do not here in the U.S. Virgin Islands have a civil division where we are able to come to express our civil rights challenges that we are experiencing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That is extremely unfortunate. Was there a division that was budgeted specifically that says civil rights with the amount of employees and a budgetary amount in the past?
At that time, yes, Senator.
I'm asking it rhetorically, but I want to make sure we put it on the record That's a yes, right?
Yes, correct.
And that went away. What we're going to have to get from you is, can you please let us know when the legislature stopped funding the Civil Rights Division?
Okay, sir.
Because it may not necessarily be the legislature. It may be what came down in the executive budget and how we appropriated the funds at the time. But we must have a Civil Rights Division. So I want to thank my colleague for asking the question. That is an important division, critically important division. There's a lot of challenges that we have here in the territory around that. So we're going to wrap up with, I think that was Senator Joseph. I think Senator Gittins went over like 20 minutes. So we are going to give him a very, very quick burning question. Senator Gittins.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You spoke quickly on the Special Investigations Division. I read what you stated and what you put on the record, but I'm not impressed with what's reported. I'm not clear on something, and I want to ask one question. First thing is the clarification. How do we open 30 cases but close 33? Just for a clarification there, and I want to ask what those 2 arrests were for, but I'm just hopeful that you wouldn't tell me for sexual offender registration violation, because we got a lot of serious things going on out there. But the question, too, that I want you to answer is, what happened to the 9 sexual offenders not verified on St. Croix and the 2 that are not verified on St. Thomas?
I could have Ms. Quinones, the Director of Special Investigations Division, to answer your first part of your question.
Good afternoon, Director Quinones. Hear me?
I can.
Yes.
All right. The 30 cases that were closed, open 30 cases, we closed 33. That includes fiscal year 2023 as well. So it's not all the open cases for this year.
So
but
then-
it includes the cases that were closed.
So then it's just how it's written in there. That's why you have to be clear when we're
Yes, sir.
providing these numbers. Okay, and tell me about the verification for those that were not verified. I think 9 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas.
I am not able to speak on those as I did not have, at that time, there was actually investigators in the program, so I'm not sure what their numbers look like.
Okay, yeah, I'll get those information by the time you all come to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Thank you for your responses.
All right, thank you, Senator Gittins. So let's go back to the numbers very quickly. Last fiscal year, we budgeted funding $6,000, I think, for the judgment we budgeted $50,000 for judgments less than $6,000. The Witness Protection Program, 115. Judgments less than 25. 50,000, and judgments in excess of 25, 100,000. And the question was already asked about the settlement for Attorney Jack Dima. Can you please send back to the committee how much of those funds you intend to expend in fiscal year 24, and what are your true projections for fiscal year 25 based on those judgments that you believe that you will settle in FY25? Okay, because what we do is we carry these numbers year in and year out, but we don't really know what you have before you to settle within the respective fiscal year. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And so we have that's a through the chair request, and the other through the chair request, I will read them to you very quickly. Attorney Rear, Acting Attorney General, we need a copy of all of the settlement agreements.
I'm sorry.
We need a copy of the settlement agreements that we discussed today.
Right.
The thing is, you have not gotten approval for those positions that are against ARPA. So as we've queried the discussion today, we learned that it's very likely that you will not get the funding for that. But we would like to know the funding that you said you're going to get back word from OMB when?
Probably in the September or October.
No, tell them they need to give to us before that because we need to work on our budget. I just saw the OMB director, acting director in the room. So we're going to need to get us sooner than that so we can make some decisions with regards to our budget. Expenditures for the morgue project to include how much has been expended to date. We learned that funds are being expended from what account is that again?
Crime prevention.
Crime prevention, which is not appropriate, but if there is a need, and we have crime prevention funds, then we can work something out with you, but we need to make sure that we are in line with the law. The updated personnel listing to include positions that will be filled by September. Okay? And October, those that will be filled within the first 3 months of fiscal year 2025, which will allow us to give you 100% of those positions and be reasonable with your requests. And then the concern was the overall 30% match required for the Paternity and Child Support Division for 24 and fiscal year 25. So we need to be clear on what that match is, as what we do is we bundle it in the overall entire Department of Justice's budget. We want to see a breakout of the two personnel listings, please. Okay? And the last question that I asked previously. All right. Colleagues, I believe that we've exhausted our conversation with our budget discussion with regards to the Department of Justice. I'm going to ask Acting Attorney General Rhea to please provide us with a 30-second close. And I did miss anyone, right? Okay, I caught everyone. Thank you. 30-second close, sir.
30-second close?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. First, I have to say that I've learned a lot by being at this committee here, and I appreciate the questions because it tells me a lot about what you're concerned about, and it also helps me understand what I need to do to get you the information you need to make the decisions that you have to make. And all I can do is assure you that I'm doing my very best to trying to understand all of these myriad parts of a very large institution. And my goal is to get us all working together. And my goal is to see that the Justice Department fulfills its obligations and makes the Virgin Islands a safer and better place to live. So thank you very much for having me and my staff. And I hope we brought you some information that's helpful.
All right, thank you. And for your responses today, and continue to do the hard work that you're doing. We do appreciate the work. And of course, there's always more work, right? So the Senate President will be conducting committee of the whole as well as session this afternoon. So we look forward to that. I don't know if I will be here because, again, I have to take care of my mother. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of August 16th is hereby adjourned.